Apparently, I picked the best time to start streaming right as the steam train is going past my house. Also, greetings. I didn't actually know it ran on a Friday. I live near a station, near train tracks, so on the weekends there's an old steam train. They run up and down a couple of times along the coast, and I wasn't aware that it ran on a Friday, but apparently it does. You hear the what do you call it? The horn, I suppose, go off. That's just it'll be a little bit loud, but not that loud. Ah, alrighty. Anyway, I'm going to be doing some truck sim today. I was debating whether or not to do truck driving or storm chasing driving. And I was watching Paul play some of this earlier, so I'm like, yeah, I'll just jump into this instead. Damn, audio is working, cool. Music's a little bit louder than I want it to be. Still haven't corrected the audio for that. And I'm still in the middle of my last trip, so I'll finish this one up first. But I'm going to be doing a long haul from coast, well, edge to edge, essentially. It's not really coast to coast, because I don't have the coast yet. I don't think anyone's going to be joining me, unfortunately, because most people aren't up and about at this time of the day. And I'm pretty sure Kenshin's doing some Elite Dangerous today. I was going to ask him to join, but yeah, he's already got plans, so yeah, it is what it is. So I'm going to do at least one long haul trip of this, maybe others, or possibly jump into other games. Not sure yet which game I would want to play though. If anyone has any suggestions or recommendations, feel free. Still in the middle of doing Schedule 1 and Avowed. I think there's another one, but I can't think of what it is at the moment. I'll be getting back to those though at some point. Oh yeah, if anyone has any suggestions of games they would want me to be playing today, I'm all ears. As you'll have to watch me play it anyway. I mean, I'll play just about any game, but you'll have to deal with what game I'm playing, so... Excuse me. I'm not actually tired, but I yawn randomly for some reason. I've never really understood why. I just know it got worse after I stopped taking medication I used to take. The medication was designed to inhibit the absorption of certain other chemicals, so one of which being epinephrine or adrenaline. So that might have something to do with it. As adrenaline is also the chemical that tends to help you stay awake. What's one of them? That's one of its purposes anyway. Serotonin was the other one, I believe. Serotonin and norepinephrine. Norepinephrine's not the same as epinephrine, but it does a similar kind of job, if I remember correctly. But I haven't had to take that for years now, close to a decade. So you wouldn't think it would affect me this long, but you never know. Ba-ding. Alrighty then. I wish to take a job from as far in one direction as possible to the other. So like up here somewhere is where I want to be. I kind of want to start like as low as I can. Oh, we could do better than that. Come on. Or are these shortest first? They're shortest first, that's why. Other direction. So if I were to start from there, still feel like it's doing the wrong way because that feels way longer. And it is. Oh, because I'm on destination, not route length. That'd be right. Yeah, that's better. Not bad. I don't really want to start like that close to a different place though. Now that one will do. That one's good. That a just in time? It's an urgent delivery. Cross from one side to the other. Sure, let's do that. Hour and 47 minutes. Quick travel. To, where was it? Victoria. I think this is going to take like an hour or two to get there. No. We'll see. Why does the quick travel always put me facing the wrong way? It's facing a wall I can't do anything with. Can I get out here? Yes. Bonk. Truck's good, so I don't have to repair it. I also don't know if I really feel like this truck is any faster than my old Western Star one. I mean, it's a little faster, maybe, but nothing like over the top. Nothing majorly noticeable. It's more that it takes off quicker than it actually has a higher top speed, in my opinion. Not that I mind, just that everyone was making it out as though this particular setup was supposed to be somehow incredibly faster than all the others, and it doesn't really feel like it's all that different. My Western Star setup. Oh god, that's gonna suck. Oh! Did I actually make it through? I did. Without hitting it. That was crazy. Take the job. One day I hope to give this game a try with an actual steering wheel. I think it'll be a lot more fun that way. A lot less jerky too when I'm steering on the freeway or whatever. Does it look like I'm literally taking a storage unit? I've never seen that before. It's actually kind of cool. You just pick up the whole storage unit and take it with you, though it looks like there's two of them there. I wonder if it's better than a... oh, I'm going the wrong way because I'm an idiot. Now, why I thought about going this way. Great start to the trip, right? Start off by going the wrong way. I wonder if it's any better than you just using a shipping container for storage. Looked that way too wide. For some reason I thought it was a wider road. Still don't know if I like this truck over my last one, like design wise. I don't have to sit way higher in it. Sleeping cab is definitely not as cool as my old one. And I can see the speedometer and cruise control options, so that's all I really need. Cruise control really, because the speedo's on the side there, but eh. Shortcut right across here. Fine. Canyonero. I still have the longer daytime mod on. Actually, I have all the mods on because I didn't bother turning any of them off. Go this side as I can. So I can check out more of the scenery as I drive along. Not that there's a whole lot going on right now. It's mostly trees. But as it's a long haul from one side to the other, there should be plenty to check out. I like there's cars parked on those side roads so you don't drive up them. And it seems like 96 whilst carrying anything of this is as fast as it'll go. And I might get to 100 if I don't have anything on the back. And I'm going downhill. Otherwise it's not really all that much faster. Doesn't get much over 100 miles. At to trigger the emergency cornering on that one. Luckily, this was these storages aren't that heavy, so they don't. Ooh, burgers. Don't really cause me to roll that easy. I could go a burger right now. I haven't had a decent burger in, like, proper burger, not like a fast food burger, but a proper burger in years now, I think. Sadly, most of the good places around here to get food have shut down over the last few years, so all you can really get is fast food. Just not the same. No slow cooked steak place anymore. No decent takeaway store for like burgers or fish and chips or anything, which is really depressing because, like, I live on the coast of Australia. We should have lots of fish and chip places, but they're all the ones that are open are all kind of shit. Like, obviously the prices have gone up massively to how they have been in the past, but even the quality of the food isn't great. And I like it's something as simple as just cooking chips shouldn't be that hard, and yet not great anymore. The battered fish and whatnot could be better. Some places do it alright, some places do it pretty terribly. There could definitely be worse. I've had worse some places. There's one place I went to that was across the road from where I worked once, and it had been bought out by someone new, and that someone froze his fish the night before. Like, he battered and froze it ready to go. Problem is, it takes too long to defrost, and if you ordered it before lunchtime, it was kind of hit and miss on whether or not it would cook properly in the middle, and it did not. And then they did particularly smelt bad, that one. I couldn't eat like battered fish for a while after having that. I started cook. I cut, like, the outside was cooked, so I thought it was cooked. You cut it open though, and the inside was definitely not cooked, and because it was heated and like I'd already had it for 5-10 minutes, it wasn't great in the middle. It started to stink real bad real quick. So that was his way of saving money, was to have things pre-done and not hire someone new to help him out. It didn't work that well. Ugh. But I mean, most places I go to have decent battered fish. Crumbed fish isn't bad around here, but it just depends on what kind of fish they're selling. I'm not a big fan of fish in general, so for me it's kind of pretty hit and miss. The non-hake or hoke battered fish, which is the two they generally use as like little nugget fish around here. I've forgotten what they call those. Not like a full piece, but like fish cocktails, that's what they call them. And you got scallops, which is just essentially thinly sliced potato battered and fried. They're not bad, but some places somehow fail at that too, which is terrible. I grew up on the beach practically, so we had fish and chips at least 2 or 3 times a week sometimes back in the day, and so I'm used to a certain kind of fish and chips, and that just doesn't exist anymore. There's no good pizza places around here. I won't even try to pretend that any of them are like okay-ish now. Gourmet places are just more expensive garbage. The chain restaurants are just garbage. It's cardboard, soaked in oil, covered in flavorless ingredients that don't really do anything but make it taste funny. And usually doesn't agree with me anymore. I can't even eat them and like not feel ill afterwards. This is where I'm very jealous of Americans, because my understanding, Americans have a lot of smaller companies, like the smaller restaurants, and they all kind of have their own ways of doing things. So you don't like something, you just go down the road to somewhere better. You'll find something you like in every town. Here, that's not really the case anymore. Like, I don't even have a favorite restaurant anymore because they're all either shut down or gone kind of crap. Used to go to a place called the Schnitzel House, which was obviously Schnitzel restaurant. It was an Austrian themed restaurant that had lots of schnitzel in it. It got bought out by someone new and they changed up a bunch of recipes and things. It's not quite the same anymore, and it's more expensive, of course. They have forgotten the name of it. There's other Austrian places around here. I can't think of its name. It's not bad, the one that we have around here. That isn't the Schnitzel House, it's the other one. The problem is it's overpriced by a lot for what it is. It has good food, but it's not good for value. So we don't go there very often. I opened up a TGI Fridays place near that Austrian place, in fact. And I didn't have much hopes to begin with, but I don't even know how it stays in business. It's that bad. Just disappointed. It's why I want to travel. I travel, there's places to eat that I've never tried before. I'm also making myself really hungry thinking about restaurants and food that I've had before and whatnot. I really shouldn't be doing that, considering I won't be able to eat again for hours now. We don't even have like a good donut place or anything anymore. Krispy Kremes is like the best donuts I can think of. I know a lot of people don't like them, but I love them. And the company practically failed over here. There's only about a handful of stores, proper stores, that still exist, and they mostly just try to sell out of like supermarkets or whatever. They're always stale and nasty. I would only buy them from the store direct. The nearest store to me is about an hour and a half away, I think. It's like somewhere in Sydney, but I think it's it's like deep in Sydney. I actually think it's out west of Sydney, which is even worse because I have never a reason to be out in the western suburb areas of Sydney. Now I'm thinking about the karage ramen place that's in Sydney. Haven't been down there for a while. I don't even know if it's still open. It's good stuff though, that one. Super unhealthy though, super unhealthy. Fried chicken and fattening ramen. Oh, a sharper corner than I thought it was. Been quite a few space games being released recently, of different genres, but they're all space related. Two of which are like what would you call those nowadays? Like mission-based games where you just it's kind of like those games. I can't think of the genre for them, but you go out in a group, collect resources, fight against the environment or other players, and try to escape with the loot. Extraction, there we go. It's extraction sort of games. But in this case, it's not really an extraction game where, like, I've seen a couple of them. You have your own spaceship and you fly it around and you may have to fight other people or environment or whatever. Do a mission, grab resources, and then get out of there. But it's extraction in the sense that you take whatever you find with you to the next, like back home, and then to the next games with you. But I don't feel like it's really extraction in the sense of like it's a first-person shooter running around and extracting like that. It's more like a spaceship version of it, because you're piloting spaceships. One of the games is called Jump Ship, which I think I've mentioned before, and the other one I've already forgotten its name because I only found out about it today. Hey Hannah, how you doing? What was that game called? I just signed up for it. Wildgate? That was it, I think. Yeah, it's doing a play test right now, and I figured I'd sign up to see if I could get in, give it a try. Not that I have anyone else that's likely to join me in it. Oh, I can't complain. It's going pretty well. My sleeping patterns are working well, and nothing negative to report at the moment, except the need for work. But that's just that'll always be a thing. Oh, I need to get fuel. How are you anyway? How have you been? I don't know. I hope this is the right direction. GPS is stupid and it's hard to read. Hit the wall. You just missed my rant about food and the lack of restaurants around here now. How I wish I could travel just so I could eat everyone else's foods. Wasn't that exciting? I'm gonna have to slow down on this corner. Yep. Oh, it's on the other side. I thought that was on this side. I was gonna have to deal with it, but it's over there. Dang, that sucks. Sorry for your loss. Sounded uncaring, but it actually was. I'm very bad at that sort of thing. I do feel like I hear about like unfortunate things like that all in one kind of bulk time. Like one person mentioned it, and then you keep hearing about other people's having to go to like a friend's funeral or whatever. I don't know if that's like a coincidence or what. I assume it is. I mean, people die all the time. Yeah, I mean, it. Maybe you are more likely to recognize things happening close together. You just don't really think about the ones that aren't. I don't know. I've been kind of lucky that most of my family members and such we haven't really had too many deaths in the family over most of my lifetime. I say that, but then like 1, 2, 3, 4, like all my grandparents. Not surprising, to be honest. I'm 40 this year, so all my grandparents, my uncle, my father, but I don't really care about him. All kind of within, well, some of them were all within like a few years of each other. So when I think back, I feel like my uncle and my granddad died like practically right next, like right at the same time as each other, but I'm pretty sure there was like at least a year or two between them, if not more. My ability to judge time is terrible, especially when I'm thinking about things in the past. Last one. I had to deal with was my grandmother, and that was a few years back now. And mostly because of how hard it hit my mum. I'm close to my mum, so it sucks. I'm weird about death. I think I've mentioned this before. There's like for some reason, unless even if the person I know is fairly close to me, unless they're like someone I see all the time, my reaction to someone dying is weird. I feel like Sheldon Cooper whenever someone dies. I don't react the right way. Ooh, that's gonna be a hard corner. You know, I have the mod in this game just to make like nighttime shorter, and it still feels like it's very long. Like I feel like it's been dark for a good chunk of this trip already, because I can't see anything at this, like when it's this dark. But I honestly don't know if it has been or not. I mean, I did start out with trees, so there wasn't anything else to look at the time. I was kind of hoping to sneak in some games of this with Paul while he was playing, but I didn't realize Junk was going to be continuing for so long, and I don't know Junk enough to try and sneak my way into his games as well. I've only played once or twice with Junk, I think. That was Junk and Paul anyway, so... Ooh. Sneak in there and cut that other car off. It's fine, don't worry about it. And I was going to see if other people wanted to join me in this. I was actually planning on playing this later on today and then doing something else first, but forgot to actually contact anyone yesterday after stream ended. Ended up going to bed pretty soon after that, actually. So there's no one around at this time to come and join me. Usually. Yep. Gonna emergency slow down that corner. Last night, which game are you talking about? This one? Schedule 1? I assume Schedule 1. It's interesting, for sure. I feel like it gets a bit repetitive after a bit, though. And it's quite a bit slower on your own. I'm glad I played it with everyone yesterday, though. Yeah, it's fun to mess around in, rob people, smack them over the head, run from the cops. Lots of cool stuff in it. The dev did a great job at it, and the really cool thing is he's still working on it. He's actually, but he just released an update yesterday while we were playing. Actually, I was hoping for more content. Mostly, he added the pawn shop in so you can sell stuff, and I think a couple other little things. But he's putting a lot of work into more content and stuff as well. So I'm kind of looking forward to what stuff he comes up with, and I'm also kind of hoping he does like a different region, even if it's DLC or something. It'd still be cool. I was hoping for something like a different region that you can unlock and travel to later. Maybe that'll have different kinds of ingredients to mix into your recipes and whatnot. Let's just avoid hitting these cars real quick. The squirrel game, probably not, because I got to the end of it. It's not a very long game, unfortunately. I'm hoping that like new content comes out for it, but I got all the way to the final boss fight in that game, and to be honest, the final boss fight isn't exciting at all. It's kind of frustrating, to be honest. It's one of those boss fights that you can't really put a difficulty level on it. It's just kind of is what it is. But I know that's the end of the game because I looked it up, to be honest. Oh, you frick. Right as I take my eyes off the road. And he turned back into my lane anyway. Jackass. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. It's just that there's nothing, there's not a lot left to do other than a couple of little puzzles and the boss fight that I don't really have any interest in doing. I tried it offline at one point and it wasn't enjoyable at all. Excessively hard. Like doing the first phase wasn't bad, but then the second phase is pretty much just like, oh, you're dead. You don't really get a chance to do it, which I think the game expects you to have like unlocked everything before you get there, and I couldn't be bothered. I wouldn't mind either a sequel to the game, DLC, or a new version of the game. Essentially, like have the devs come up with a new concept, different animal, maybe something like that. That'd be cool. Or make a multiplayer version of it would be kind of cool as well. You could run around with a friend doing co-op stuff. They could have co-op puzzles you have to do along the way. Yeah, it was a fun game, but I played the hell out of it. I think it only took like 2 or 3 sessions to finish too. Which I mean isn't bad for a game of that quality, you know. It was more than I was expecting, that's for sure. I kind of felt like it was just a gimmicky kind of idea, the same way that Goat Simulator came out. Goat Simulator was just an asset joke, essentially, someone had made, and it ended up being funny and actually an enjoyable game that they made like, what, 3 of them now or something? That's on the side, it's fine. I would love to play like a frog game where you lick things to bring them with you or something. Or even like a frog game where you eat things to gain abilities or something. Frog. Still have that soundbite I haven't had the chance to use. Whoop! That could have been bad. That was a very sharp corner. I took a soundbite from us playing Aloft. And have Al when she says get your frog out. Get your frog out for the lads. It's a sound alert I have. I was going to get other ones like us just saying frog fun, but I haven't done it yet because there hasn't been a lot of use for it. I realized after that game that there aren't that many games we play that have frogs in them, sadly. You know what? A skunk game would be nice because you could use the skunk's ability to spray people as a weapon, like as the default weapon to take someone out. It doesn't really take them out, it just like stuns them. And then you could grab their weapon and use it against them in the same kind of aspect. That'd be cool. I always like coming up with new game ideas. I really wish that that's all it took to come up with a game idea and get paid for it. Like I just think of an idea, tell someone, and they'd give me money. But there's way more details you have to put into a game concept or an idea concept to sell. Oh, I am still running out of fuel. I got distracted again. Crap. I'm not gonna make it to that fuel, am I? Wrong button. Yeah, I'm definitely not gonna make it to that. I'm gonna try though. Totally distracted. I should make it. I'll make it, it's fine. Think positive, think light thoughts. We'll be able to get there in no time. We won't have to get out and push, hopefully. Speed bump. I'd like to point out, it's not good for your vehicle's engine to run on low fuel like that. But I mean, it works. Actually, it's supposed to be really bad for an engine to have the fuel tank go low. Something about it grabbing a bunch of crap or something that floats on top of fuel, but I don't know. I don't know anything about it. My motorbike never gets low on fuel before I fill it up. It's too cheap to fill up my bike. Can't justify having run out of fuel when it's so easy to fill up and takes so long to empty it out. No, I've known many people who have played the "Can I make it till Monday" game, where it's like, it'll be fine. My brother does that all the time. He's like, oh, I can make it till Monday. I'll fill up before I get and go, like while I'm heading off to work. I would not be able to do that. Like my paranoia would make it impossible. I couldn't drive anywhere whilst almost empty. The funny thing too is that my brother has no excuse at all. He doesn't even pay for the fuel or anything like that. It's a work van and it's all covered by work. So it's just a matter of he's too lazy to do it. Yeah, easily made it. Speaking of my bike, I still have to look about selling it. Hate selling things. I really, really hate selling things to anyone. So, having to sell my bike is kind of picking up the anxiety. I hate having to deal with other people and their stingy ways. Because I haven't driven it in about 3 years now. I haven't had anywhere to go. Really, and no excuse and no money to keep filling up the fuel or anything. I've kind of spent like probably about $1,000 or so on it in the last 3 years to do nothing with it. So I figured I really should just get rid of it. I might be able to make, if I'm lucky, $1,000 selling it. Recoup some of that cost. Plus, you know, I'm poor as hell right now, so if I can make money on something, it'd be great. I meant to get a different bike a long time ago anyway. Like, this bike is literally the learner bike I had to learn riding on. That I've had for the last 20 years now, I think it is. I was only supposed to have it for maybe 5 years before I was going to buy a new bike. I just never got around to buying a new bike because it served the purpose of what I needed it for. But I figure if I want to get a new bike at some point, I can. So it's not really all that worrying. It's going to be a little sad getting rid of the bike I've had for 20 years, but at the same time, it's not the end of the world. I do miss riding, but honestly, there's not a lot of places worth riding to around here anymore either. And I don't need a mode of transport to get anywhere anymore because I don't work or have plans of working in an office anywhere, so I don't have to travel there. I rarely visit friends, but if I do, I can always catch public transport. I'm not afraid of it, like my sister. And when I do have to go to places like family gatherings or whatever, I live with my brother, so we usually are both going to that, assuming he's not working. There isn't an excuse for taking two vehicles unless I just don't want to have to wait for him to go home. So I usually just grab a lift with him. Yeah. For a while there, I did actually ride my bike to like my sister's place or whatever when we'd go visiting, just because I knew my brother would sometimes take forever to decide to go home and I had other things to do. Now, if that's the case, I just jump on a bus. If he's going to take too long and I need to get home, I'll just jump a bus home. I live right next to a train station, which also has a bus depot thingy right there as well. So I can public transport just about anywhere. And honestly, I don't have a very hectic, like, scheduled life anymore. It's not like I have to rush anywhere. I was umming and ahhing it for like the last year and a half on whether or not I should sell it. Because I kept making excuses of like, oh, you know, I'll just ride it more this year or whatever. Then I didn't. The third year in a row where I'm looking at having to get it registered and realizing that I've done nothing with it the entire time. In fact, every time I have to register it, I have to drop it over at my mum's place for her partner to take a look at, because it's been sitting there that long. It needs a few things sorted before I can actually get it registered. Usually the battery being dead, obviously. It's not worth spending the money on it, I guess. Ew, let's not run into that guy. A little bit heavier now that I have a full fuel tank. Ah, damn it, there's a barrier there. You're about to get squished, buddy. Ooh, that was close. See, that's the thing, is like, I don't need to travel anywhere shopping-wise. It comes to me nowadays. Particularly lazy in that aspect that delivery is actually more cost-effective than going and picking it up myself. So why would I bother? And I'm broke. Being pretty much constantly broke limits your ability to do anything. So I love going places. But every place kind of requires money. Well, most of them do. So, yeah, I don't go though. I don't even go with my brother to the shops, like when he goes to a shopping center nearby on Thursday night shopping. Even though, he's likely to buy me dinner or whatever. It's just like, I don't have any money, and it's kind of depressing sitting around a place that requires money for practically everything. No, I don't bother going. I mean, flying sucks. Well, I'm just gonna put that out now. Flying has never been a thing I will enjoy. I'm not as bad as Paul in that aspect, but I've had to fly when I lived in Wagga. I had to fly back home, back here, and to Wagga multiple times. Every single time I wasn't a fan of it. I can do it. I'm not gonna like freak the hell out or anything, but I don't enjoy flying because I don't enjoy being completely helpless when it comes to flying. And like, there is nothing I can do at all if the plane crashes. I'm screwed. I don't like that feeling. So I'll never enjoy flying. I don't mind driving sometimes, but I get very distracted by driving. Like if I'm in the car with someone, and if I was driving, I would be focusing on driving and just listening to music. I kind of do that even when I'm not driving. So, I mean, yeah, I'd probably go with driving for sure over flying, just because I can semi-relax whilst doing that. But I prefer not to be the driver when it comes to traveling, mostly because I can get more lost in thought when I'm not driving. It's kind of hard to do that when you're driving. Except for listening to audiobooks, I can do that while driving. My brother does that too. I don't know. Problem is that anywhere I would travel to that extent, where it's long distance, I can't drive to, because it would be another country. And I don't do that very often. It's like, I don't have any reason to ever drive anywhere in Australia, because I don't care about anywhere in Australia. I would never go to like Queensland, where all of the amusement rides and stuff are, because I don't care about amusement rides. Never have. I've been to other places in Australia, and to be honest, I've seen them. I won't go again. I went down to Melbourne twice, and to be honest, the first time was enough. So yeah, anywhere I go, unfortunately, would probably require me to fly, because you can't drive across water yet. I mean, technically you could drive across water. I've seen some of those cars that turn into boats essentially as soon as you get to the water. Or that one that had like inflatable wheels of sorts. That was ridiculous though, that one. Let me just get past all of you. Yoink. Yeah, I mean, I didn't mind that. When I was living in Wagga, I had to drive quite a bit because it's rural areas, so everywhere you go is practically a long drive. having music in my helmet was definitely a must. I mean, I did go kind of crazy in my helmet anyway, but being able to listen to music was good. I'm just not as big a fan of long distance travel. My brother can do it all the time. He does it as part of his job. I don't know how he doesn't get bored of driving. So I could do it for a while, but I wouldn't want to do it as much as he does. But if I was doing it on a holiday trip, for instance, I'd be okay with that. But he does it like practically on well, not on a daily basis, but sometimes he can be doing it multiple times in a week for like all day driving, and I couldn't do that. Currently doing that right now. Well, he's not driving right now, but he did that a couple of days ago to get to where he is now. And I'd have to say that I'm more partial to listening to audiobooks now than listening to music on travels like that. Music is good, but my mind tends to wander on other thoughts, and it's easier to stay focused on the road if I'm listening to an audiobook. Really weird thing to say, because you'd think you get more distracted, but I don't. I think it's because my brain is concentrating on the book, so my eyes and my ears are capable of like picking up more details, like more things when I'm driving, as opposed to music where it's got nothing to really focus on, so I kind of think about my own thoughts more. This is really weird and confusing thing to try to describe. My mind is more active when I'm listening to an audiobook, and thus it's somehow more active whilst driving, as opposed to just listening to music. Don't get me wrong, I love listening to music. It's it's definitely top 3 things I love in this world. Always has been. I've also had the problem of, like, if I'm too comfortable in listening to music, it starts to make me sleepy. And that's mostly because I used to listen to music whilst at work in a overly warm environment, because everywhere I've worked, there's always been people who apparently are afraid of the cold. Like, they will just die if they are cold even slightly. So they have the need to have the damn heater on constantly. I can't put a jacket on, mind you. They can definitely turn the aircon on as hot as possible. Whilst I, a person who unfortunately never really handled heat even when I wasn't a large guy, and I am currently a large guy, don't like the heat at all. And you can only take so many layers off before they, you know, HR calls you up and says, what's going on? So it was a problem. And listening to music whilst in a very warm, relaxed environment, because obviously I sat at a desk most of the time, I started developing the problem of, what do they call it? Like, comparing listening to music to being time to go sleep. So it helps if it helps me get to sleep now, but also means that I have a tendency to start getting tired whilst just listening to music. Like right now, like if I wasn't talking or anything, if I was just playing this game and listening to music, it would make me tired, because there's nothing else to keep my mind active. Really? That's understandable, but also unfortunate. I've listened to some really good audiobook readers that have made the book far more entertaining than I could just reading it myself. Plus, it frees up your ability to do other things which you can't really do if you're reading a book. Some of them are very terrible, though. I've had some audiobook readers that, like, especially the older style readers, they're very simplistic in their tones, and it's boring. Doesn't entertain me or grab my attention. Hmm. And then again, there's also two different types of audiobooks that you can get. There's this, your standard audiobook that, you know, you have like one, maybe two people reading. And then you can have the, I forgot what they call it. It's like, it's kind of like a movie in your mind, as it were. I've forgotten what the hell that is called. They even have like sound effects or music a lot of the time to go with the different voice actors. The first one I ever had on that was like that was World War Z. I listened to the World War Z audiobook, which is the book is very different to the movie that they made. The movie is kind of like, from my understanding, it's like a story based on one of the many stories in the book. The book was designed, if you haven't read that book, by the way, I definitely highly recommend it, especially if you check out the audiobook version. It's designed in a way of like, it's sort of like short stories about the zombie apocalypse at different times, at different events. So it's like the narrator is like a journalist, generally, more or less speaking. And you're kind of hearing about stories from firsthand from different people of what happened at the time. So before the zombie outbreak, during the zombie outbreak, years after, I think it's years after the zombie outbreak, you get all the different stories from different people's perspectives. And the really cool thing about the audiobook version that I listen to is each and every story is done by a different voice actor. And a lot of them are like actual actors. Like one of them is Alan Alda from MASH. He does a voice in that. I think, I could be wrong, it's been a few years, but I think the, what's her name? The blonde woman from Battlestar Galactica. I think she did a voice as well. Her name's escaping me at this point, but yeah, and they all did really good jobs of like acting it out, voice acting it out, that make it sound so believable. I very much enjoyed that. So yes, I highly recommend, if you haven't checked out the World War Z book or audiobook, definitely do so. Yeah, I'm a big fan of generally they're generally post-apocalyptic more than apocalyptic. I'm not super big fan of many books that start before the apocalypse and then try to explain how it happened, because they don't usually get anywhere. It's just like it gets too dramery, I guess. The one exception to that is Slow Burn series. Slow Burn, it's about zombies, and it follows a guy who becomes infected, and I'm just going to leave it at that. I highly recommend you go and read that series. I can't remember who the author is off the top of my head, but the book series is called Slow Burn. I think it's like 3 or 4 books, if I remember. And only one of them was kind of a little slow for me. I read through all the rest in the usual fashion of staying up way too late listening to them. Because, you know, even back when I used to read books, I would also read them way too late and see the sun come up and go, well, fuck, I have to go to work. That's how you know it's a good book, though, is if you forget to stop reading because it's that good a book, definitely recommend it to people who you think will enjoy the same kind of stuff. Can't see past these vehicles to know if I can go past them. I have to turn here anyway, so I may as well just keep it slow. Oh, that's fair. So that's the apocalyptic books, whereas I'm usually more of a fan of post-apocalyptic, which is that the apocalypse has happened and you're now following stories of people living in a world that has been destroyed. Often years, decades, centuries, who knows how long in the future afterwards, to the point where like they don't even always remember why the world was destroyed. It's been that long. Mostly because a lot of those come with like sci-fi or fantasy style abilities. My original favorite one, the one that got me into that sort of stuff, was a series called Obernewton. The main character has psychic powers, which is really cool. Which one? Slow Burn or World War Z? I think it's called World War Z. I know the movie was. And they made a game later on that I think is related to it. Slow Burn, yes. I can look up the author if you want. Give me a sec. Actually, I just realized I'm single player. I don't have to pull over. Audio books. Go to library because I'm lazy. Oh wait, I don't remember the artist's name, and it's done by artist name. Slow Burn is not going to show up because why would it? There it is, Bobby Adair. Bobbyadair. Bobby Adair. He's got other book series that are apocalyptic or post-apocalyptic as well. I haven't gotten to them all yet though. Keep meaning to, and then I forget and start a different series instead. Or get back to one of my other ones. Yeah, highly recommend Slow Burn. It is it's got some weird parts and weird moments in it. But that's kind of the point. It's would you stop, buddy, please? At least you only did trailer damage, not cargo damage. Yeah, it's got some realistic, sad moments in there. It's not a happy book, that's for sure. It's got some... I mean, it's apocalyptic. You've got to expect that sort of stuff. But it does a good job at explaining what it might be like to be in the situation that this guy is in. And it's not... because of the circumstance that he's in, it's not your standard following a guy through the apocalypse type thing. It's potentially very much a different sort of setting. Yeah. Like I said, the Bobby Adair has a couple of other series that are apocalyptic as well. I've been told they're good. I can't vouch for them because I haven't actually read them myself yet. And yeah, World War Z, I definitely recommend that too. I think the actual book itself isn't particularly long, because it is really just a bunch of short stories, as it were, practically every chapter is a different short story. But they all connect together like it's one big event, just being told by different people's perspectives. I don't remember who wrote that one. The well-known author, though. Mel Brooks, maybe? But now I have to look it up. Hold on. Gonna do my head in if I don't look it up. Not War of the Worlds. That's a different one. Do I not have it anymore? There's the movie. Max Brooks, not Mel Brooks. I knew it was something Brooks. Max Brooks is the one that wrote World War Z. And yeah, another good series, another good book, not a series, another good book that's a good read for sure. And it won't take you as long as Slow Burn, because Slow Burn has multiple books in it. And if you've never read Obernewton, and you like psychic ability type a post-apocalyptic books, I definitely recommend that series. The author only finished the series recently, I believe. She started writing it in her, I think in high school or like early college or something years, and then stopped writing it in like in mid-20s or something, and didn't come back to it until she was in her like 50s or something. It was kind of crazy. We all thought that she was never going to finish the series. She's pretty old now, I'm pretty sure. Like, she's gotten up there in years. The book was released decades ago, the original book. I know lots of books that I think are interesting that are like apocalyptic. You haven't read or heard of Z for Zachariah before, you should check that one out. I know that one because of school, so it's a good chance that other people know about it. I enjoyed that one because of its post-apocalyptic, well actually it's apocalyptic stuff, themes and whatnot. But that was after I'd already started reading Obernewton, so I was already into that sort of thing by that point. Z for Zachariah. It's about it follows a girl on a farm during the apocalypse. So, it too has some rather serious moments in there, but it's a very good read. It's weird. It was a book I wouldn't have expected them to have us read in mid-high school, because it wasn't even like, oh, that's tight. It wasn't even like the later years of high school type book. It was, I think, year 8.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
Wait, first of all, you're not gonna speed past that like you didn't just say what you just said.
I did just say it. You heard me. How you doing, Stibble? Yeah, it's got some serious moments for sure in it that I was surprised thinking back that I read it so early on in my school life. I'm not gonna make it. Not gonna make it. All right, fuck it. Let's just go around them. Ooh, that was close. I'm doing all right. I can't complain, really. I shouldn't have started the stream off talking about food because it's left me kind of hungry. But otherwise, I'm pretty good. How are you today, Stipple? Oh wait, I already asked you that, didn't I? You responded with doing good, so... I swear I don't have a short attention span. We were just discussing books that I've read. I'm always happy to suggest other books. If anyone has any similar books to recommend, I'm always happy to add them to the long growing list. I swear I'll get to them at some point, type thing. I have a lot of books to read. My brother keeps giving me new ones all the time. I don't think I'm going to get to half of them. He reads them, or listens to them whilst driving for work, so he tends to get through a lot more than I do. And I get through a lot less now. Lose my voice now because I'm streaming a lot, so I can't really listen to them while streaming. Red Hill. Never heard of it. Maybe it sounds like it's probably down my alley. Do you know who the author is? Also, if possible, can you put the name or a link or something in my Discord, in the suggestions channel? I'm always happy to check it out, but I know I'll forget if it's in chat. If you can't be bothered, just write it in chat and I'll copy and paste it in there for myself later. Yeah, and I expect, honestly, Stipple, I expect that to be the response from most people, is it wasn't bad. Because, I mean, it's got a decent cast. And it's kind of hard to completely screw up a story based on games, though I have my own opinions about that. I think they screw them up all the time. to the point where you wouldn't be able to say it wasn't bad. I would never say though that a lot of people are going to say yeah, that was a good movie. I liked that sort of thing. It was more, yeah, it wasn't bad. I could watch it. I don't know what this song is. Oh, November Wedding. That's why. Off of Daiko's new album, newish album. I haven't listened to it very much. I'm not likely to watch it for my own reasons, but I mean, it's good to hear that it was a good movie. Well, that it wasn't bad. They've done some video games pretty bad lately, especially like the Borderlands one. I don't know what the hell they were thinking with that one. Like, since the Borderlands one, anytime I hear about a game being made into a movie, I'm just like, please don't. Please don't.
I'm watching you, Wazowski.
You say that, Dog
Always
Mum,
watching.
but I don't think you were. In fact, I know you weren't watching me earlier on, so Also, hi, Dog Mum. Yeah, that's a good question. Is it kind of more of a see it at home type thing? Or do you think you would spend the money to see it at the movies? Was it good enough for the movies? Because I personally won't go and see it at the movies, but I'm curious if it's worthwhile for my nieces and nephews, mostly my nephew, that would want to go and see it. Though, to be honest, I suppose he could probably just see it at home in a short period of time anyway. Doesn't usually take long to go onto a DVD or a streaming service of some sort nowadays. Now, do they? Some of them come out at about the same time they do at the movies. Oh, I'm doing 99. That's impressive. Thought I could only do 96 with this thing. Apparently, given enough time, I can catch up to 99. I'm actually kind of curious. I haven't been to the theaters in probably close to a decade nowadays. When you say acting crazy, what are you talking about? Like, and do you think it's just like hyperactive kids or what exactly? I personally don't have any interest in going back to the movie theaters anymore because I can get anything I want to see at home, where I can pause the movie whenever I want to go to the bathroom, get food or whatever, and it often doesn't cost me nearly as much as it would to go to the theaters. I have a better environment at home than I do in the movie theaters nowadays. Plus, it's often easier to get people to come to my place than it is to get them to all go to the movie theaters nowadays. I think the last time I knew anyone in person that went to the theaters was my brother and my niece, and they went to see Deadpool, but that's only because they went to the fancy cinema down in Sydney that you can like order dinner and stuff at, which we don't have many of those around here. I know that that's not the same in America, but yeah, they went and spent the extra money for, is it gold something or other at the cinemas, which I think I've been to once in my life. It was alright. I'd just say, if I'm going to go to the theaters, I'd definitely go for that reason. Trashing the theater. Why would you? Why? Ah, I don't understand people sometimes. I do not get why people would bother. I mean, even if the movie was horrible, so what? Just go outside and get your money back. I mean, that seems to be a pretty big thing to do over in America. You complain and they'll just give you your money back. Why bother doing anything stupid like that? Oh, gonna get wedged. Yep. I do wish that the cars would not turn into you if there was another vehicle and when they're coming in from the turning lane. But they're not programmed to do that, so... Oh well, trailer's got a bit more damage, whatever. I don't even know what you guys are talking about. Not that I would care, because I mean, I don't have any interest in the movie, but I can't think of anything that someone could do in a movie that would give me the urge to want to trash a theater or do anything stupid other than just leave. Like, I've watched movies and gone, that's dumb. I watch TV shows and gone, that's dumb, and just stop watching it. Why I refuse to watch Halo, the TV show, or the Wheel of Times TV show. Both of those were dog shit, so I don't watch them. I'm not gonna... If I was in the theater, I would just leave. I wouldn't care about, like, destroying things. It's just... people are dumb. That's even worse. Why would you get so excited over something that you would do stupid things like that? Maybe they need to seek medical care. They may require medication to calm them the fuck down, because I can't think of any reason I would get that excited either. Then again, I mean, there are a lot of hyperactive individuals out there nowadays. Some of which aren't very good when it comes to... Sorry, I just heard a car sneeze outside. Got a turbo, apparently. Aren't very good when it comes to the whole discipline thing. Is it that sort of pause, do you think? Like, people are just haven't really been told, don't be a dumbass, don't get, like, calm yourself down type thing? They're just used to doing whatever the hell they want. I'm kind of curious now what could make someone so excited that they would want to do anything weird like that. I've seen some very powerful movies, but they don't drive me to go and do anything physical. In saying that, I mean that when the Rocky movies came out, apparently people would come out of those movies all pumped and excited and thinking they could just fight anyone, which I find kind of hilarious. But I guess it does people do react that way to movies sometimes. Oh. Yeah. It kind of feels like what I'm thinking is just a matter of lack of discipline. They've never been taught not to be a giant twat in a theater. So when they get overly excited, they do stupid things. Well, if that's the case, then sure. Take it off the movies, off the theaters. That'll teach them. Wait till they're at home so they can trash their parents' things, because their parents are the ones that probably the reason they're doing it like that. Not necessarily, but you know. At least the parents have to deal with the financial cost then, instead of the movie theater owners. You know, I have to admit, I'm kind of surprised at what kids get excited about nowadays. My nephew gets excited about the strangest things. He grew up in that kind of era, though, where his common, instead of watching TV, he pretty much just watched like Minecraft videos and things all the time. So it makes sense that he would get excited about those particular things. Ow, pain in the back. I find it quite funny though, because like I was around when Minecraft was in super early release, the actual betas, before they had extra betas for some reason. So like I've probably been more into Minecraft more than most of the kids that I know, because I've been following it for so damn long. Can't say I'm that excited about where it's ended up though. Okay. Yeah, super exciting. Have they never seen a chicken jockey before? I mean, I could see how it would be very humorous potentially, or interesting. I haven't seen the trailer either. So, yeah, I mean, whatever. I kind of would expect that though. Can't really say I wouldn't expect anything from Minecraft though. Short of like, I don't know, they probably wouldn't even care if they put Herobrine in there. It's just, there isn't that much to the vanilla Minecraft game. My oldest nephew was just started getting into Minecraft modded. He has a whole world in front of him, but unfortunately he's starting off with themed mods, and he's really into like horror themed mods for some reason, which a lot of those packs aren't that good. They don't have a good amount of mods in them, but I mean, whatever, to each their own. I'll convince him to have a game of one of the larger packs with me at some point, and you can check out all of the all that the mods have to offer. The big ones, machine ones, the magic craft ones. I could never go back to vanilla Minecraft though. I tried playing it once many years ago after playing modded for like 5 or 6 years, and it just felt so lacking. Like there was nothing to, it felt like a half-finished game at that point, because I was so used to having so much more to do. There's nothing wrong with vanilla, it's just that once you do modding long enough, it just doesn't feel like a worthwhile game anymore. Speaking of Minecraft, I actually want to have another game of it soon. I was kind of hoping I'd be able to find a bunch of other streamers and stuff that play Minecraft to play it with, because I'm currently playing on a server where I might be able to convince some other people to play, but it's more difficult to convince people to play on a random server, than it is one that's designed for people like other streamers to play on as well. Plus the pack that is on there, it's a Cobblemon pack, which isn't bad, but it's just, yeah, it gets a bit slow and boring pretty quickly. Doesn't have a lot of building blocks and things. That's kind of what I want. I want to be able to build stuff in Minecraft. With the limited blocks, it makes it difficult. That's the problem though with Dogmum, is your PC just seems to refuse to want to play any mod packs at all, and I don't know why. Because it should have been able to play that Cobblemon one with the specs that it has, and yet for some reason it doesn't. Mind you, you weren't the only one that had that problem. Sean jumped on, and for ages he was getting like 1 frame a second. Don't remember what he did to fix it, but he did something. Oh, don't flip. There we go. Shaders and texture packs. Ah, that would explain it, yeah. It has a default shader pack on there that you can definitely turn off. The hospital, so they could remove your toe finally. Also, hi Julia. Yep, see, I was right. Did they remove your toe finally? Are you toeless? They didn't, then they didn't do their job right. Now you're working on your finger. I mean, we could just save time and just remove all of your appendages and just give you nubbins to work with. You know, peg legs and such. It'd save us all time, really. Not going to change your driving skills. You're still not going to be able to drive either way, so... Well, I mean... I would cry over your driving too. Oh, you mean the injury. Oh. Hopefully it's not too bad. In seriousness, I hope it wasn't too bad. Though, depending on the heat, I can definitely understand how it could get bad. I've had hot water poured on my leg before, and that fucking hurt like hell. Luckily, I was in cold water at the time, so it didn't really get serious enough to have to go to the hospital or anything, but I could understand how it could be a problem. I've also got shit skin, so I've had blisters from sunburns before that are pretty bad. It's the same kind of thing, just my own inflicted pain, so it's really my own fault. So I'm actually kind of very understanding of that kind of pain. That's the thing, I had a jug of water poured on my leg. And the only reason I didn't think it was too bad was because I was already in cold water, so I kind of got lucky and it didn't hit my leg for too long. But it definitely fucking hurts, so yeah. Did it blister up, or is it just you know, need a burn cream for a while? When it comes to shaders, Dogmum, you need extra RAM and a better GPU to run them in general. That's kind of the whole point. Where the hell does this turn off? Kind of like the whole deal with it, though, is that like it uses way more resources to make it look nice and pretty. It's not necessary, though. You can absolutely play the game without any of those. It's not a turn off. All right. GPS is just weird. Without any of those enabled, the game will still be fine. Yeah, so the skin's peeled up like a blister. That sucks. Oh, with any luck, it'll heal quickly. It kind of sucks though. Not on that pack though. What do you mean not on that pack? I mean, you can play that pack without the shaders and textures because Sean did. And it does mostly look fine. You still have to have the... Oh no, that's not a texture though, is it? That's part of the game, the mod. Pokémons. No, I'm playing alone. Paul was playing with Junkyard in crew. And I unfortunately don't know Junk enough to try and invade their game. I was going to ask, but then I'm like, it's too much hassle. Plus I'd have to get their mod pack list and whatnot. So I'm just playing on my own. Doing at least a long haul or two and considering what other games I might play. Not sure yet. Ooh, let's not run into the back of that guy. I was going to actually play this later, closer to about now actually, with others, but I forgot to do it before finishing up stream yesterday. I was going to mention it to Kenshin and such, but I forgot, and then right after stream I practically went and passed out, so didn't get the chance to ask people. I just went, screw it, I'll just do it alone. Yeah, I don't actually remember how you turn off shaders because I don't normally turn them on. Textures aren't usually a big deal unless they're high quality texture packs. It's usually the shader that's the big deal. And actually I think you turn the shader off in the graphics setting in that pack. It's got a mod that actually modifies the menu for the graphics page, the video page, that has an option to turn on or off the shaders. Yep. Catch you later, Julia. And you can turn off the shader from there. You can always turn off the shader though, like no pack that I'm aware of forces you to use one because people wouldn't play it. People couldn't play it because there's a lot of people who can't use shaders. And to be honest, that pack has a lot of mods I'm not a fan of. I'm not really a fan of Fabric as the base for the pack anyway. I think it even uses Optifine, which is... Honestly, Optifine as a mod is kind of outdated nowadays. The graphic mods that are supposed to improve graphics and whatnot aren't the best on Fabric. Yeah. A lot of the times the mods for Fabric is like they're just poorly ported versions of the CurseForge versions. Because I mean, Forge is obviously the main one still nowadays, and was for a while. The only reason that Fabric I think even became a thing was someone was complaining about the way in which the destination of the Forge packs. They wanted to have it go in a different path, and so they went and made Fabric and started making their own mods. Um, a Thursday. Aha, I win. What do I win? It actually took me a lot of effort to think about what day it was today. I thought it was... Oh no, that's right. It was the other one's birthdays, not Peanuts. Hmm. Now I'm just thinking of like peanut butter ice cream cake or something. It's just making me hungry. I'm assuming Peanut got all the cool stuff that the other dogs got on their birthday. Yes. You didn't go leaving him out or anything? God, I really want peanut butter ice cream now. You know, I actually had like a full meal before stream, and yet somehow I've made myself incredibly hungry just by talking about food. I also realized that whoops. Uh-oh. I alt-tabbed by accident. That I hadn't finished talking about the books from earlier. I don't know if
Can.
Good. I did actually have chicken. I had nuggets. Yeah, I had chicken nuggets for breakfast. It was delicious. I don't know if Hannah's still around. Hadn't finished mentioning books that she might be interested in checking out. Yeah, well. You are still there. Hey. Oh, so I totally forgot what book I was just about to mention. Remember, I can do that. I'm not in multiplayer. Set that back on. What was that book called? Go on now. Right, that's what it was called. It was in the same vein as Z for Zachariah. When I read that one, I don't know if it was before or after. I also had another book that I believe the teachers might have given to me, not my brother. That was Australian themed, called Taronga. And I highly recommend that for people to have a read. It's a fairly short book. It's a young adult book, so it's, shouldn't take too long to get through. Oh, almost missed my turn. And it's actually about the Taronga Zoo, sort of. I mean, it's the name Taronga comes from the fact that a good part of the book happens at Taronga Zoo. Which, at the time, I thought was really cool because I'd been to Taronga Zoo before at the time that... I mean, at the time I went wasn't the same as when the book was made, so things were different. But I could kind of picture the zoo in a way whilst reading it. Though it was very different from the time that I went, so a lot of it was wrong. But it's kind of just kind of cool to have that image in my head. You could probably get the same effect just by like looking at a picture of Taronga Zoo on the web somewhere. Give it a search and you'd probably be able to see a couple of pictures of it and stuff. But that story was very interesting also. It follows a... Oh, I don't remember how old he is. A boy? I think he's a young boy in the very beginning, but when he actually gets to Tronga, he's like probably mid-teens or something. And yeah, it's a very interesting story to read, and again, it's got like abilities of sorts, very limited. But I like those kinds of stories, so dude, hurry up! I need to get. Oh, well, now that's a thing. See what happens? You took too long. Get out of my way. Go and get. I think I can drive past you. I'm gonna try though. Yeah, I didn't even, it doesn't even touch, and it still counted as a hit. Alright, I'll just wait till you finally drive past me. Can I put my indicator on to stop that truck? I can, good. That was terrible. Absolutely terrible. I even did some cargo damage that time. Actually, I think I already had that, I'm not sure. My impatience got the better of me. Yeah, from school I remember reading those two books, and they were very interesting books at the time. I actually have Taronga on my bookshelf because I went and found a copy of it. I don't think I have Ziva Sakurai though. I think I looked for one and couldn't find a copy that didn't suck, wasn't destroyed. They're oldish books too. They were written, I want to say they were written in the 80s, but I could be wrong. One of them was Victor Keller. I think that's Taronga. Okay. Again, it's a very short book, so you know you could read it in a night probably fairly easily. I'm a very big fan of series books. Like I enjoy a book that I can get into and know that there's going to be more once I'm done with that book. It's always sad to finish a book series though. Much like, I guess, finishing a TV series or something. I actually have lots of book recommendations, but it really just depends on what you're into. I got magic themed ones, I've got sci-fi themed ones, I got the apocalyptic, post-apocalyptic. I mean, if you're interested in magic of any kind and you haven't read the Dresden Files, at least some of the books, you definitely should. But I assume most people have read some of those. It's a pretty well-known series. Same as if you've even glanced at the Wheel of Time TV show, forget it. Forget that it even exists, and then go and read the books, because it's way better as books. The TV show is hot garbage and has nothing to really do with the books. They very much did what they did to Ender's Game with the TV show for Wheel of Time. They changed up so many characters and it's practically a different story. My brother actually went, like, he's a big fan of that series. He got me into it. It was that big of a series for him. He went back to try giving the show another go. He's like, you know, maybe I was wrong. Maybe I judged it too harshly, because like me, the first time we started watching it, we both just went, the fuck is this? This is not the series at all, and we both just gave up on it straight away. But he gave it another try, and that was recently he tried. I don't think he finished an episode of it again. I think he just came back out and went, I don't know why I wasted my time. No, he must have watched a couple extra episodes, because they had characters that were like in unnecessary relationships. In fact, the book was in the book that was completely the opposite. They were never in a relationship. That book had one of the main characters had a wife in the TV show that he killed. That never existed in the book and didn't need to be in the TV show. It didn't add anything to the character. It's like there were some stupid things Not to mention the biggest one, which apparently at some point they've completely gone off from the story and just started making one of the main characters, who she's like a fairly powerful magic user. Apparently, they just have her start healing things and getting rid of issues just with a wave of a hand type thing. That in the books took like fucking half a book to solve or whatever, or in some cases it was a thing that hung around for multiple books. It was like a big aspect of that character's growth, and they just wave it away in the TV show, like, oh, it's gone, it never existed. Like, what? So I don't really know if they just decided to give up on following the book at all. My brother and I love to say that that series was invented by someone who knew someone who read the book and told them an account of what they had read once a long time ago. So they got the incredibly basic Cliff Notes version and then just made up their own story. Because it's that far away from the book now. It's like, why would you bother? It wasn't just changing a few characters here and there and taking out a main plot point of the series, of the book, like they did with Ender's Game. No, they just straight up went, fuck it, let's just do whatever we want with these characters and universe, because like there are enemies that work together in that TV show. I don't know why they did that. I need to get fuel again. I will always recommend the books in those cases. I'm not one of those people though that's like, oh, they made a movie out of the book and the book was better, sort of thing. It's like, I mean, if you're a book reader, you'll probably always find the book being better. That's not to say that the movies or whatever aren't good. You know, like, I know people who read the Harry Potter books and watched the movies and they were fine with both. You know, there's nothing necessarily wrong with some of those movies and things, but sometimes they just, it's like, what the hell happened? Why did they do that? So, I don't know. I think that happened to the Dresden Files as well. I never watched the TV show because it was very short-lived, but apparently they made a TV show about it like years ago and it failed, and I wouldn't be surprised if it turned out like they just changed the entire series, so it was only Dresden themed. This is a very windy road. I'm kind of against them ever making a book or a a movie or a TV show about books or games anymore, because they just keep screwing them up. I wish they could put more effort into them and make something good, you know, that respectable for the original source material, but oh, I'm already at my destination. I hadn't realized. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I wasn't a big fan of the movies, but then that's because shiny vampires I find ridiculous. But the thing had to come from somewhere, right? So it makes sense that the book was better than the movie in that case. I can't take sparkly vampires seriously. It's so stupid. Even in the books, I wouldn't be able to take it seriously. She should have just gone with something else. Like, they're not vampires, they're just sparkly beings. Give them a new name. It's not a bad penalty. And I leveled up. Not that I really need it. That was a 2-hour long trip, almost exactly 2 hours, just a little under 2 hours. Not bad. Yeah, and that's the thing, is like, a lot of people think that's all it is. When someone says, "Oh, the book was better," it's because they read the book before the movie. I've done the opposite, and my friend Sean actually did the opposite with I just mentioned it with the Harry Potter series. He watched all the movies, well, all the ones that were out at the time, then went back and read the books, which is weird for him because he's not really one for reading books in general. And he loved the books more than the movie. I was like, well, sometimes that's just how it is. The writer is well known for a reason. Not to say that the movies aren't necessarily good. It's just that in some cases, a writer can do a better job at explaining things. It's some of the smaller things they usually leave out of movies or TV shows that are the biggest factors for people. They will see something in the book and they'll be like, that was incredible. Why wasn't that included in the movie? And it's usually because it doesn't translate to movies very well. Awesome. I will check that. That name sounds familiar. Maybe it's just the Maguire name. I haven't taken a break in 2 hours, so I am going to take my break now real quick. Just gonna run the 3-minute ad break in case anyone comes in and doesn't want to get smacked in the face with an ad, because I've had to deal with that recently and it's annoying. A couple of times I've gone to check out a person's channel and I get smacked in the face with like a minute and a half of ads and I just can't be bothered waiting, so I don't hang around. And I don't like that. Pre-rolls shouldn't exist. I know mid-rolls suck as well, and Kenshin tries to debate that mid-rolls are worse than pre-rolls, but no, not if you do what I do and you run them when nothing's happening. I understand the automatic ones might be a pain in the butt where it just happens in the middle of some cool action, but take breaks like you should anyway. It's healthy. Run the ads when no one's going to miss anything. All you're going to miss out on is my sweet tunes, because that's all you're going to hear. I will be back shortly. Alrighty then. Let's get back to it, shall we? Button's working again finally. Yay. I was just looking about it. Let's do another trip, shall we? Let's go with from here, how far away can we go? I kind of want to get that down again. At some point I'll get around to correcting the audio levels of my music so I don't have to keep turning things down. I think you're going to thoroughly enjoy it. Like I said, though, it has some certain scenes that are potentially fairly graphic in them. So careful who you recommend the series to. If they're squeamish, they may not like all of it. I don't think it's like severely bad, but if I remember correctly, it's been a little while. But I mean, it's zombies. You kind of know what you're getting into. I'm sure you've seen things like Walking Dead or whatever before, so it's sort of you've got to know what you're going to get yourself into. Let's try Seattle because I don't really want to go back to where I was. I want to go more north if I can. I kind of want the destination to be somewhere around here. Destination. What's it called? Beaumont? We'll look for Beaumont. Problem with this is there's way too many options. No, I don't think I can go through all of them. I haven't got any of these places unlocked. Kind of sucks. But yes, I am a child. I wonder what those are. They must be the mods. There are markers for the mods. Yeah. Doesn't tell you what they are. Heavy cargo. Standard delivery. I wonder if that's only on certain ones. Looks like it is. Might run one of those. Alright, run this one because I kind of want to do one of the bigger things. Oh! I mean, if it can't make it, then nothing can make it because I'm pretty sure I can't max out my heavy cargo anymore if I try. That's right, single player. I was about to reverse, but that would make me smack into the trailer. Alright, well yeah, that's different. That's definitely going to be a different kind of book. I mean... You just had to finish reading it, yep. Absolutely. Which way was I turning? I don't know, because the damn thing decided to put the message in front of my face. Wait, where am I going? Why are you kidding? Why, game? Why would you do that? Turn around.
The missile knows where it is at all times. It knows this because it knows where it isn't.
Yeah, the missile is smarter than this game. Game doesn't know where I am at any time, apparently. Also, I love that line. I really do. That's why it's a one-way road. It knows where it is because it knows where it isn't at any time. Brilliant. Ironically, I've read a book series where that was the exact description of how a person knew could teleport places is because he knew where he was at all times, and the reason he knew where he was at all times is because he knew where he wasn't at all times. And I was like, huh? Yeah, I don't think you'll have to worry about this book turning into that sort of thing at any point, Anna, but it will seem like it's going to at some point. I don't think it's the first book, though. Pretty sure it's... No, it's definitely not the first book. It's like the third or something, so you're fine. But there is some sections where it's just like, where is this leading? For a few minutes, and then you realize, oh no, it's just really descriptive book about other people. Other creatures. People once they're creatures, they're not really people anymore. See, it's kind of hard to explain this without telling you the book. Because they are people. It's not like your regular zombies. But they aren't people. If that makes any sense whatsoever. I bet it doesn't. Probably confused everyone. That's another reason why I liked this series so much, though, is that their zombies weren't really zombies in the traditional sense of, like, undead walking around, eating faces and whatnot. I mean, they seem like traditional zombies, but they're not. Is interesting. I hope you enjoy the series anyway. And anyone else that's interested in reading any kind of books like that, I also recommend that series too. And I'm happy to recommend any other series that I have read in the past or even been told about if you're okay with me just telling you that other people have told me this series is good and I give no guarantees on whether or not it is because I haven't read it myself. My brother's recommended a lot of books to me that are on my list. I'm sure they're going to be great, but I haven't read them all yet, so I don't know. I was about to say, it's like, so wait a second. You're telling me that you read this book, you came to a part that was like, what the fuck, and decided, screw it, I'll finish it anyway, and then just because you felt like it, get someone else to read it? I mean, it's starting to sound like you were into that. That's all. I'm just going to put that out there. just, mate, I don't know. Kidding, of course. I don't know what you're into. It's just, I would probably do the same, to be honest. I would probably convince others to read it just because I thought it was funny. Oh, cool. This is the liquid one. I haven't done this before. Ah. Fair enough. Was he very thoroughly confused also, I'm sure? And probably thought, what the hell are you into? We're just talking about, yeah, we're talking about books here, Dogmon. Specifically, I was talking about the Slow Burn series, and Hannah was referring to another zombie book that she had read that started out like a regular zombie book, and then went in a different direction. I actually have to read stuff because I don't know how this is done. Special transport cargo. There are 2 escort vehicles which will lead you. Okay. Special transports like this don't stop on a red signal. That's alright, neither do I. And have the right of way in most situations. So do I. During these deliveries, checkpoints are made more often to save your current progress. Cool. Cool. Don't run into the escort vehicles. Got it. Pretty much just stick between the escort vehicles. Except I also have to stay with their speed limit, which is the only difference. Change lane maneuver. So the back one changes first, the front one changes second, and then I have to slot in between. That's going to be interesting. What the hell was that message? Oh. Something I don't care about. Missile knows exactly where it is at all times. I mean, it depends on what kind of books you're into, Dogman. Alright. Where is the vehicles? I guess they're outside. Oh god, I already failed. I didn't pay attention. let's just back up a little bit, shall we? I know why there's no boats over here. Yes. That's not gonna make it either, is it? Oh damn it. Alright. Let's just go back here and not jackknife it. No, I didn't realize there was also a tiny little thing at the back there. Yeah, I mean, yes and probably yes
worry,
and
buddy. You're
yes.
doing fine.
Thank you. I need it, Patrick. Thank you very much. I'm not doing fine. I'm doing horribly. Also, Patrick's the only reason to ever watch SpongeBob. The rest of the characters are stupid, and it should be the Patrick show. Okay. There we go. Don't you fucking fuck. Alright, that's the guy at the back, I guess, and this is the guy at the front. Cool. I get a police escort. That's nice. I'm glad this is a very short trip, because I do not think I could do this long trip-wise. I don't know if there's like, I have to stay close to the car or not. I like it though. I wonder if these can be done on convoys, because I did not see any of these in the convoy yet. Yes, I know you do, you weirdo. Okay, it's not really a weirdo, I just like making fun of her. God, they block every road off. You're gonna have to wait for me, copper, 'cause I ain't gonna be no way I'm gonna make it otherwise. I gotta go real wide. Doesn't adjust. That's another thing that got me, is like, not many books do that. I have to concentrate more on this job though, because it's so much easier to fail. Put the cruise control on, because I highly doubt I'm going to go faster than the cop car in front of me. Apparently The speed limit's 55. I don't think I'm going to get that with this thing behind me. I might, but I doubt it. Oh, okay. Maybe I can. We just hit 35. No, this is Patrick! Mm-mm. I can't read the message because if I do, I'm gonna crash. I started looking at it, then I glanced up at the mirror and I'm like, oh, I'm almost hitting the wall. Might also hit this truck. Yep. Just went right through that truck, in fact. That car, some mirroring. What? Oh, the back car must have gotten stuck. I'll load the checkpoint because I think that actually glitched out because I hit that truck and the other car couldn't get around it. Then it suddenly turned into a smart book. How many of these books exist, I wonder? I haven't personally come across any book that I'm aware of suddenly turns into a smut book. I had one that kind of hinted at it, but never really went in deep, as far as I'm aware. Yes, phrasing. Because I stopped reading the series before getting far into the second book. The first book had none of it, though. Second book sounded like it was going to get into some weird love triangle situation thing. And it did start trying to hint at the female character, the main character in the book, suddenly being attracted to the guy that she couldn't stand from the first book, which was very confusing to me. And then they had forced situation where they had to work together alone in a alternate world, and I'm just like, I'm not really interested in seeing what they're going to cram down my throat. Yeah. No. Yeah, I mean, if you got that far in before it turned into that kind of book, then it must have been a good book. Same with Hannah's zombie book. I mean, if you got that far into it, it wasn't what you're expecting, I guess, but doesn't mean it suddenly became a bad book. All right. I got to be more careful about not speeding, and apparently that car behind me I can lose, so I have to be careful. Still right behind me though, so almost right behind me. I assume we went too fast and the car behind couldn't keep up. That truck was the same truck as before, so I think that's scripted. I can't see the follow car. I assume it's still back there, yep. I'm so high, high, high. The irony of this song and one of the singers getting into trouble for being high, having marijuana on his person in a country where it's hardcore illegal to have. He went to jail. I think he only recently, like a few years ago, actually got out of the service he had to do for it. I do know that his choice of military service was cancelled because of it. Because they have to do military service in South Korea as like a duty for their country. They usually get to pick what they want to do to some extent, but this guy didn't. He was going to do. I think he was already doing police service, and they took him off of it because of that. My OBS just decided to disappear. Oh, it's back again. Alright, it's fine. You guys are still there. Yeah, I mean, it's not like 50 Shades of Grey. That was just a stupid ass book. I don't know why anyone really would want to read that. Other than that they want, you know, word porn. It's quite literally what it is. You still back there, buddy? I wish I could actually see you. I can't. I really do think that other guy got stuck on that truck and couldn't follow anymore. I can't see him because he's behind the gigantic blue tank I've got trailing me. I'm not going the speed limit though, so he shouldn't just have been lost because of speed. Yeah, they really have cars everywhere. Now I want to know if you can play this in convoy, because it would be very interesting to have a convoy of this and how it would handle it. But I also feel like it's not going to be able to be played in a convoy because of the leading and trailing vehicles. Because for it to work, you'd need to have just the one leading and trailing vehicle set and have us in the middle of it all. If every person had their own vehicles, it would be a horrible mess. Looking for something. Problem with just like going the current speed limit is I never actually see the speed signs, so I never know when they change speeds. Yeah, he's still back there, thankfully. I don't know how far away I'm supposed to be from this vehicle. That is pretty cool though. They've got all the other vehicles blocked by the cops there that I can drive past. Of course I just lost money. Why wouldn't I lose money? Let's not run into any of those vehicles. Yeah, the rules on this particular job kind of don't work in a convoy. See, now that speed sign back there said speed limit 60, but the speed limit's 55. The hell? Oh, this is a problem. Don't run into the truck. God damn it. And that other car has stopped. So yeah, I hit the truck, that car stops, and that's what happened last time. We had to stop and wait for him to be able to catch up. I see it now. You ain't gonna catch me a second time. All this because I wanted to go to the nearby town, and I thought, screw it, let's try this out. Only 50 miles away, and I feel like it's gonna take me forever. I've got like more than a day to get it there. I think I'm gonna make it in time. As it's only going to take me an hour, apparently. I really wish I could see where that other car is, considering if it's not behind me, I fail. I do like that happens too. The cop pulls out to get their attention, to slow down. I definitely feel like it. Careful every time I'm driving this thing, especially on corners like this. I'm paranoid it's going to hit the truck and then the follow car is going to fall behind. Ironically, it wouldn't be my fault if the follow car actually falls behind in real life. It's not the truck driver's power. It's not his fault if the follow car is lost. They should be communicating with the car in front and the truck driver. If they get stuck, they should tell me, and I'd slow down or stop. They're supposed to be helping me. I'm not the one controlling this shit. And I'm busy driving that thing around. I can understand losing the car in front. You're not supposed to drive in front of it, but the one behind, that's not on me. Come on. I barely even know it exists. Oh, I also feel like there'd be way more communication with driving this kind of load across anywhere. Like everyone would be constantly on radios. I assume. I'd never taken part in any kind of heavy hauling or any kind of transport work before, really. I think he's still back there. Didn't see him on the last corner, but who knows. This would be the worst part, because if he got stuck on that last corner, I couldn't see him. He's still there. What would be really cool is to have a truck driving game like this, but then the multiplayer is actually that your friends can drive like that front car on the trailing car and that sort of thing, or be a car that goes and blocks off roads. So essentially you're all working together to get one single load to its destination. That'd be cool. Yep. And you actually had to use the in-game radio would be cool as well. Communicate to each other. Not that it would really matter if you use Discord, but it just sounds cooler. Make this slightly wide, so I don't smack into the poles. Because even though those white poles are actually designed to break away, in real life they're not supposed to stop a vehicle. They're just supposed to break off. And in this game, they don't. This game, they absolutely stop you. And well, I mean, you can still go through them, but they're far easier to stop the vehicle or do damage to the vehicle. That is ridiculous amounts of damage compared to real life. How you guys doing? You having a good day? Cool. A drawbridge, huh? I wonder if it actually goes up. If it doesn't, it totally should. I'm assuming it doesn't, because it probably would have right as we were driving through then. Just to be a thing to have to deal with. And take it wide. Nice and wide. Just like that. Keep it wide. I can't see out that mirror anymore, so I've no idea how close that trailer is. That one doesn't quite go far enough. Could make it around that corner easy enough. There we go. And it's at the end. It's so close. Now, does this guy drive out of my way is what I'm wondering. I mean, he should. I'm quite amazed that the train didn't come through either. Right, now he's turning away. I should be able to just drive on in. Oh, and it actually just, it doesn't even give you the choice. It's like, you park here. Come on. And tell me I didn't hit the marker. Fuck. Not gonna go green. Turn green, damn it. Pretty sure I'm already over the line, so... have to try to back up. That's gonna jackknife. Yep. Can I straighten this up somehow? All that way and then I can't get into the parking spot. It's actually part of the reason I skip the parking usually. Is it's a bit on the ridiculous sides where it wants you to park sometimes. I mean, come on, that's pretty close. Scrape that police car. I'll be here forever just trying to park the damn thing now. Problem is, there's 3 segments, so if I straighten one up, the other 2 will bend in the wrong spot. And I can't even just like drive around because I'm pretty sure that'll get me a failure. Never going to be able to get it back into that space. Son of a bitch. Let's see if I can drive forward and not have it crap out on me. The back one's already twisting. Actually very frustrating that there's no option to skip the parking here. Because there is no way for me to finish this one now. Screw it. Game's gonna complain, I'm just gonna do it anyway. I'm actually amazed it hasn't complained yet. I'm not even sure I can drive around here and not run into things. Wonder if I can just keep driving. Let's try that. Do a full lap. It does seem like one now that the pace vehicles are gone and I'm fine. I don't have to worry anymore. But who knows? Ooh, that was close. Particular one required way more concentration and has taken almost half as long as the other one to go one town over. Alright, round two. Let's try this again. This time with feeling. I was not expecting the arcing to be so finicky. Okay. Line it up. Should be a straight drive, but it really isn't. Slowly. Slowly. I don't even think it looks like it's not even lined up properly yet either. The fuck won't you turn green, damn it? I mean, it is a little crooked. Trying to shove it straight again. Back end is just too crooked. Hopefully that straightened it up. Doesn't look like it did though. Stop honking at me, damn it. Like that should make it straight. But that back trailer definitely is not straight. So finicky. I'm gonna get it. Gonna get it. That back trailer is curving too much. I mean, do we really care about the back trailer, people? Come on. One more time. One more. If I don't get it, I'm just gonna quit trying to park this damn thing. So annoying. Almost forgot I've got to go wide. Yeah, I feel like maybe they're being a little overly paranoid about the parking on this one. Bad enough that the pace vehicles are an important part of this one. Having to park it exactly perfect is kind of crazy. Yeah, I mean, this is the way it has to be done, so... It's weird, because... I mean, it really shouldn't matter where you park it. It should just be in the lot. Because it's going to get picked up by a machine somewhere anyway. Like, in fact, there's not even a machine in the area, so it really shouldn't matter where I park it. I should be able to just go to that, that thing right there and park it. But I don't think it actually lets me do that, because it's already got a spot to park it in. I thought I'd come in at a better angle last time, but apparently not. That should hopefully be far enough across this time. The problem is that the truck doesn't, that the trailer doesn't turn enough. So I have to stay over here way longer than I need to for it to straighten up more before I can turn in. Doesn't even look like that trailer is large enough to fit the like that space is large enough to fit the trailer in. Now I'm going to be too far across, aren't I? Son of a bitch, and I am. It's the trailer that matters, not the truck. The truck doesn't actually matter where it is for the thing to trigger. Not gonna happen. To be honest, at this point, the 15k sounds like a better choice than trying to perfectly line this bitch up. That back trailer is already jackknifed, I'm pretty sure. Yep, because it's pulling that one across. Anyway, enough of that. Yes, another driver to take the cargo from right there. Mostly just wanted to get to Aberdeen so I could get a job from here. And then it turns out that there's no decent jobs from here anyway. God damn it. Wait, I've got the wrong thing selected, don't I? Route length is the one I want. There we go. And that one, I think that one will do. Alright. For all that giant waste of time, where do you want me to go? It's right here, isn't it? Yeah, I probably should have gone third person to park that one. I don't like doing that though, honestly. Doesn't really feel like a truck sim if you can just pop your head outside of the truck like that. Yeah. Empty pallets. I'm taking a bunch of empty pallets across the country. Yeah, that sounds like a smart choice. Definitely couldn't get those to a closer location. Alrighty then. I may finish this trip up and then do some schedule 1, I think. Perhaps. Slightly frustrating that I went all that way just to have the truck not count as being parked properly. It also distracted me from what we were talking about. There's something else I need new recommendations of, which I won't be surprised if there are none. New TV shows. I'm actually going back and watching old TV shows lately because I haven't found any decent new TV shows to watch. I just started watching The Community, or Community, because I'd never seen it before. And it's pretty good, I guess. But, I mean, I would like to watch other things, but I tried watching that. Really wasn't for me. Not my kind of comedy stuff, I guess. So I like the kind of comedies I like are things like Scrubs or Tacoma? Yeah, Tacoma FD before it was cancelled. That kind of comedy, I guess. Where they're not very heavy on the drama or anything. It's usually much more light-hearted and whatnot. I mean, Scrubs did have some heavy moments. Scrubs was very much like MASH to me, though, in the sense that they started out as a very heavy comedy TV show, and then over time it got more serious in certain stories and less heavy on the comedy. The comedy was always there, but it was far less heavy by the end. I don't really think of, like, even Tacoma wasn't. It was funny, but it was just funny. It was essentially the fire department version of Super Troopers for me, which isn't surprising considering it's written by the same people and acted by majority of the same people. Sneak past the truck. And I did just recently hear that Super Troopers 3 is apparently supposed to be in the works. Don't know if they're still working on it or whatnot, but now that they're not doing the fire department, is a pity, because it was a really good show. That was that was the comedy equivalent of for me. It was the comedy equivalent of catching Firefly. I started watching it because someone recommended it to me. Thought it was awesome. Partway through, found out that it had been cancelled. I'm like, I'm already partway through. I'm not going to stop now, but I know it's got a hard cut ending, which is the sucky part. I'm still hoping that someone decides to pick up that show again at some point. But if they're actually making Super Troopers 3, I doubt that they will, at least until after Super Troopers 3 has come out and people are like, oh yeah, I remember how funny these guys are. Why aren't they making stuff? Oh right, it was cancelled. Let's keep it, let's continue it. That's my hopes anyway. There hasn't been a decent sci-fi TV show in quite some time, in my opinion. I've been looking, but they're all kind of meh. Nope, I need to get in front of this truck real quick. Totally cut it off. There's a little bit of damage, don't worry about it. Don't worry about that. That's nothing. That'll buff out. No. There we go.
Like a glove?
Totally perfect. What are you talking about? And it was only a scratch. The flesh wound, alright? Look at it. It's 1%. It's nothing. I think I handled that rather well, honestly. Considering if I hadn't slowed down earlier, I would have gone slamming into the corner and probably rolled the entire truck. Yeah, I've been disappointed in a lot of the TV shows because they've made a lot of games or whatever into TV shows and they just haven't been particularly any good. They've made a lot of comic books into TV shows and I'm done with them. I couldn't care less. I don't even know what kind of, like in the last, say, 2 years or so, what kind of TV shows have come out that are particularly popular still. Most of the last few years when a TV show's come out, it hasn't gotten beyond a season or so, or it's been a very, very slow start. Yeah, so it's very hard to find good TV nowadays. And I mean, in part, I feel like that's the streaming platforms to blame. A lot of them, when they do make come up with an idea and make a show, they limit it to just that platform, and not enough people see it, so that it falls apart. Even if it is decent, it just doesn't get far enough. And then I feel like they're also putting the wrong writers on shows nowadays. Like when it comes to sci-fi, they put drama writers on sci-fi, and you can't do that. You really can't. Sci-fi in a drama in sci-fi has to be limited. Let's look at Stargate Universe. Whole first season pretty much was meh. Was it Dark Matter? I think was another one that was like that. There was one, I can't remember its name off the top of my head at the moment, but it was a British space TV show, and they dove heavy into a lot of the drama and didn't really focus on the problem-solving side of the situation, because I mean they were on a spaceship that was constantly trying to kill them because it was running out of power or food or whatever. And they focused way more on characters, you know, either wanting to bang each other or wanting to kill each other for it to be entertaining. Because it's just like, why would so many people be focused on such pointless subjects when they're literally dying? They have no easy way of survival. For some reason, they have some stupid setup of hierarchy of command, where all of the people in charge were put in the same fucking life support section, except for one person. So naturally, the story starts off with that, like where the officers' hub, like habitat is, gets completely wiped out off the map instantly, and then the one specific sleeping, like what do you call it, crypto sleep bed that the only other officer is in, gets trapped and they die. So the only people left to deal with the ship is like 3 junior officers essentially, and none of them can decide who's in charge. Apparently there's no clear order of who's in charge, so it's instant drama. And it gets worse when you find out that one of the main characters is actually supposed to be like a genetically altered individual. So, you know, which they don't like because that's not a common thing. And yet it's the only competent person that could actually control people on the ship, apparently. And they get the one character I liked, which is the security officer, who throughout the entire show up until a certain point is a kind of a badass and is the only reason the ship doesn't go into full anarchy. And then they suddenly make him the giant idiot character who would throw the only weapon that they have, apparently, out an airlock because he's totally against the guns, apparently. Makes no sense. And that he makes really poor choices all because his, I think it was daughter, may be on another ship or something, and so might be alive or some stupid reason. Like, it made no sense. They just heavy went on everyone's every character's drama story to try and develop them quickly. I had trouble watching the entire first season. I got through, I want to say, a little over half and had to give up on the show because it didn't feel like they would ever be able to live. Like, it felt like they would all have been dead by the end of the first season, simply because they were all too busy dealing with their own issues to survive. I don't know, it just felt stupid to watch. Especially considering I have to point out the fact that I forgot to mention everyone on the ship is supposed to be geniuses, because that's why they're on the ship. They got spaces in there because they're all geniuses in their area, but they're all completely useless otherwise, apparently. I always hate when they do that in TV shows and things, though. They get a character, they call them a genius, they show that they're capable of doing certain things, and then later in the series it's like the writer wasn't watching that show, that episode, and just forgets that this person did something that they're clearly capable of doing, and they can no longer do it in that episode. It's like, why? Continuity, people. Like, it's not that hard. Speaking of continuity, if you've ever watched MASH, the first few seasons of MASH had zero continuity when it came to, like, the casting. They had so many people on there playing multiple roles, just with the thought that, oh, no one's going to remember them, sort of thing, and it made no sense. it was weird to watch, knowing that like those actors are in there. Like Nurse Abel was played by 3 or 4 different people in that show, and the original Nurse Abel ended up becoming another nurse on the show, and they pretty much had any of the nurses were interchangeable at the time. In the first few seasons, they just did not care. It wasn't until later on that they actually started assigning certain characters names. The character who plays, I've forgotten the actor's name, Colonel Potter in that show, he was actually a character before becoming the guy in charge of MASH. That ends up being a crazy old guy who's like literally crazy. Like he ends that episode by leaving as a crazy loon. And I mean, the actor did such a good job that he ended up getting convinced to come back and play a main role, but it's just weird seeing him in 2 parts. It's like, huh? Oh, you're a different person. Okay, cool. Later on in the show, they had more continuity. Like Alan Alda's dad, I've forgotten his name, Robert Alder, I think, comes back as the same character a couple of times, which is cool. Sidney Friedman was my favorite character, and he was a recurring role. Thankfully, they didn't ever change him up with anyone. Pretty much any episode that has Sydney in it, I liked. It's just, you always knew there was going to be some kind of weird, wacky thing going on because he's the psychiatrist come to visit the MASH. So obviously someone's got to have gone crazy. Otherwise, why would they have brought him up there? Good stuff, though. Good stuff. No. I would like more TV shows with that kind of writing, though. Not obviously the continuity issues, but the good style of writing that those shows had. They could do funny comedy and serious drama, like a serious subject, in the same episode, and it was totally believable that that's the kind of thing people would do. Oh, that guy's flattened. Didn't take any damage, it's fine. By the way, I don't know if I recommended anyone Ender's Game, but you should absolutely read that book if you haven't before. And again, if you've seen the movie, forget it exists before reading the book, because it's not the same thing. That movie is a movie loosely themed around the book, and then otherwise may as well not be related. I haven't actually read the rest of the series, because Ender's Game is a full series of books. And a few side books too, which is interesting. Like you follow other characters in stories. But I just never got around to reading them. Yep. I also used to read back in the day a bunch of fan-made books based on comic stories, and there was one, I don't remember which comic, like which character it was supposed to be around. I think it was the X-Men, the original X-Men's children or grandchildren. Essentially, they were mutants that had weaker powers for some reason than the originals. They were all weakened, And this particular story was following one that was like, I want to say it was Jean Grey's like descendant with someone else, and this person had the ability to travel through time at will but couldn't, like they had like laws and stuff against it, until someone they were chasing, because I think they were a police officer or something, traveled through time and to a different dimension or something, and they had to follow him. It was interesting. That was it wasn't Royal Road, it was the other one. It was on one of those sites that authors used to write their books for, like their fan fiction and whatnot, on to show it off. And I think this particular site still exists, but now it's just filled with garbage. Because apparently the owner of, or not the owner, but someone controlling the website started selling the stories or something like that. I think they started charging people to read them or something like that, and that's technically selling it. Wattpad? It might have been Wattpad. It's been a long time though. Oh, this trip is a little longer than I expected it to be. I felt like I'd be through more of it by now, but it's a lot of winding roads. I'd to say, for anyone who's still out there, that came in around when I started, is that a better time for most of you? For my stream to be running? I don't actually know how many people are still around, because I no longer have the viewer count visible to me. This is the old time I started at, which was 12 o'clock Australian Eastern. But I have considered a few times starting even earlier and not running late. The only reason I really ever ran late before was when I'm streaming with others, like Kenshin, for instance, who they tend to stream for a number of hours into the evening. And I don't really know if I want to do that, to be honest. It's kind of a hassle to juggle dealing with dinner and whatnot. When I'm in the middle of streaming, a lot of the food orders and whatnot come through at that time. I use the term whatnot a lot. I just realized I heard myself say it multiple times in 1 minute. Whatnot. Yeah, like the food shopping tends to turn up in the afternoon, so it gets in the way. And anyone who's been around when I've had one of those turn up, it takes 5 to 10 minutes to deal with that. Like, if I'm streaming, I feel like it's not really great to be sitting on the Be Right Back screen that whole time. I also feel like a lot of people who tend to watch me, oh you prick, turned right into me. A lot of people who tend to watch my stream either watch it at around the starting time, 12, and go to bed probably around now-ish. And I won't see a lot of other viewers potentially for 3 to 4 hours from now, when I get more of the UK crowd coming in. As most of my viewers are American. There's like 60-something% or something like that, and then there's a chunk of Australian, about 30, I want to say. A good chunk, anyway. I kind of feel like I should aim for that scheduled time, though. Time slot. About you, baby. I'm just gonna scooch in right here. Yeah, there we go. Nobody's replied, so I'm assuming either everyone's left or they're lurking, so it's all good. It does kind of give merit to what I was saying, though. I know you're lurking. It was really more aimed at other people. But I mean, it is 1:25 in the morning, US Eastern. And a lot of people are well and truly asleep by then. I mean, I've still got the West crowd that might roll in, being at 10:25, but is correct, isn't it? Yeah, cool. But the UK, it's 5 in the morning, so 5:30, so I don't expect to see too many of them for hours. And I do have, well, I used to have, I don't know if they haven't been around for a while, a lot of Australian lurkers as well that would have me on while they're doing whatever they're doing during the day. I don't think they would care if I started at like 10 in the morning. I might consider it. That'd be about a 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon finish for me. Which is about an hour and a half to... No, about a half hour to an hour and a half from now. I mean, it does seem like it'd be a good stopping time. The other reason I'm considering it is because I am looking for part-time work at the moment. And, well, sort of part-time work. And I'm thinking I probably want to do it after my, like, because it's work from home stuff, do it after my dinner. Until, you know, midnight or later, depending on how long I work for in a day. That way I'm kind of going to bed at around about the same time anyway, so it really wouldn't matter to me. No, I'm on my own. The Kiwi went to bed, I think. She was dumb and injured herself. Poured hot water, or someone poured hot water on her finger, and she had to go to hospital for it. Yeah. He came in talking about how she, like where she was, and I guessed the hospital. But I was joking that it was so they would cut her toe off. Instead, it turns out she was in hospital, but for a different appendage this time. Yeah. She wasn't around for long, though. I think she just came in to try to get sympathy, but she forgets it's me. And I just laugh. I didn't laugh. I'm not that kind of person. I did joke. I did make jokes, but... yeah. Now, again, I think I've said this twice already now, but I was planning on getting other people to join me, and then kind of forgot to do it yesterday before I finished stream, and then I went and passed out like almost immediately after stream. So I couldn't really get anyone to join me, because everyone I know pretty much gets up and then jumps on the games. Like, they're all late starters, or they get home late. So I have to plan yesterday for today. I can't plan, even though I got up at 5 this morning, 5 a.m. They're pretty much non-contactable until I start streaming or later. So I just went, whatever. I'll just do it alone. Do some long hauls. Always open to anyone who wants to join me, of course, but yeah. Today I just didn't bother putting too much effort into getting people to join me. Engine's playing Elite Dangerous, so I figured a lot of people would be doing that anyway. A lot of the usual crowd that joined me in this game, that is. Oh god. Yeah, I failed at that one. Yeah. Well, I mean, can't have a perfect run. It's been mostly a chill stream, so if anything, like we've been sitting here talking about like books that we read and TV shows and stuff. You missed out on some interesting conversation about books that seem very innocent and about a certain subject when you read them, and then halfway through they suddenly turn into like full-on smut or something. Only it's those kinds of books are a little more rampant than I thought they were. I've never really ran into a book that I didn't expect to be smart. There's only one book I ever read that I kind of expected to be like that, and it was only because someone suggested it to me, even though I already knew what it was about and didn't think I'd like it. I was right, because it was 50 Shades of Grey, and I knew I wouldn't like it. But I can't say something is shit if I've never actually seen it.
Scared the shit out of me, matter of fact. I shit on myself over a dozen times.
Shit on myself. Yes. Hey Tiger, how you doing? By the way, Tiger, you may notice, I don't actually know where it is, but you may now notice a button in there that I'm hoping is free, that has your name on it. I turned on the walk-on system and assigned the one that you had recommended to you. I haven't been able to test it yet because you're the only one that has one and you haven't been around to test it with, so... I don't know if you can have multiple assigned to you.
What the hell are you again?
A tiger!
Tiger! Roar! Yes, that one. Yes. That was the only one that was sitting there anyway. I don't know if you recommended any others that they're there. I don't know if you can have more than one either. It's not automatic though, because I don't like the concept of it any alert playing automatically when someone turns up. They may just want to be like hang out and chill. They don't really want to be make it too well known that they've turned up. So I gave them the option to press the button themselves. And now I know it works at least. I wasn't able to test it any other way.
Turn down for what?
Turn down for what? I will always approve of that particular one. I always find that amusing. Hey, Bobby. Also, I'm totally not going around. They can kiss my butt. You'll have to do better than that if you want to keep me out. Bye. The accident's probably not even worth closing. Yeah, it's not. That's not even worth closing for. Totally could have just moved those cars out of the way. Kept going through. I ain't going around. You can't make me. Turn down for what? Electric blue Pepsi. Is that just like the that Pepsi, blue Pepsi they had years ago? I've never had it, but I know someone who did, and it was before it was known that the blue dye they used made your stool samples go blue. And that was hilarious to find out that people were freaking out about blue poop. Was it any good? Did it just taste like Pepsi, or did it actually have a strong enough taste? Change color for 2 days. Yep. So they've still got the blue dye in there, huh? Was a flake blue? Yeah. Would you suggest people try it just for the sake of trying it, or it wasn't even worth that? It wasn't anything special at all. It's more, it just feels gimmicky. What I'm getting at, I guess. Dark blue now. Particularly dark, yeah. Not in the big bottle. So, if you can get your hands on a small bottle, give it a try. Fair enough. My brother was like that with the, what the hell was it? Had it recently. Was it Oreo? No. Damn it, I forgot what it was. It was a drink and a cookie or a biscuit or something like that. Like Oreos or Kit Kat or something. And they had the opposite as well. It was like Coke or Oreo Coke or something. And then they had Coke flavored Oreos. And like one was okay, the other one was meh. It was just a little gimmicky they had to go. My brother ended up bringing home like a 6-pack of those bottles because they had them on special at the shopping center. I think it was on special. He might have just bought them for the sake of trying it. And because it was a 6-pack, he pretty much just he had a bottle and gave the rest to everyone else to try. Because it really wasn't worth the money to buy a bottle. I definitely wouldn't buy a big bottle of that stuff because it wasn't that great to begin with, and probably would have tasted horrible after a while. You know, if I get the chance to try it, I think I will. I drink a lot of Pepsi anyway, so not going to be unusual for me. Except for the blue poops. Just gonna scooch on in here. Take the express lane. You mean Pepsi Max? That's perfectly fine because I drink Pepsi Max. I actually don't like the normal stuff. I used to drink Coke, and I kind of stopped drinking that because it started giving me heartburn. No, the Oreo Coke. Well, yeah, that would make sense. Coke Zero, Oreo. My brother's a diabetic, so he probably should be having the Zero anyway. Yep, let's get around that. Yeah, same. I don't really do Coke anymore. I do Pepsi Max, mostly because I like Pepsi. I do vanilla Pepsi as well. Occasionally, I think I've got the mango solo as well. I'd love to drink Dr. Pepper more often, and I'd probably become a diabetic if I did, because that stuff is my favorite drink ever. Damn it. But it's way too expensive to get, so as I'm sure you're aware, Surfane. Come on. Stop making truck babies already. Okay. I assume that's how utes are made. Yeah, I used to get them from Costco because that was the cheapest spot to get them from in general. but they don't seem to stock them very much anymore. Every time my friend, I don't go there anymore, but every time my friend goes there, he says that they're not there most of the time. I think he got them once in the last 6 months or something. He goes quite regularly. And they're still not as cheap as soft drink here, obviously, because they're imported. But they're way cheaper than getting it from, like, Woolworths, Coles, or any of the American-themed candy stores and etc. Which is the only reason to actually buy them from Costco, because for me, Costco's not exactly close. I have to go an hour north or an hour south to get to one of them. Actually, it's more like an hour and a half south. I think it's an hour north. I've never gone to that one. That's the one my friend goes to. So it's probably an hour and a half, because it takes him an hour to get there. He's half an hour away from me, north, so... We used to get them back when my brother had a Costco membership, because he works in Sydney all the time anyway. So he would often stop by on the way home and buy a bunch of stuff, including Dr. Peppers. It's also where I got the big reds from that I used to love drinking. I know that they're mostly just incredibly flavored water, more or less, but they're delicious to me, alright? Like, the raspberry sweps almost, but I think it's better than raspberry sweps. I always joke to Dog Mum though that he has to pay me in Dr. Peppers for anything. So if she wants something, she's got to send me Dr. Pepper. I mean, she never has, so clearly she's not paying her bills, but I'm not going to complain because I don't pay any of her bills. That's fine. Yeah. That's the only ginger beer I'll ever drink, is Bundaberg ginger beer. Because the rest to me are they're all fake. The real ginger is actually where a lot of the flavor comes from. Unfortunately for me, I don't like the sugar, the diet version of it. And the sugared version of it is incredibly bad for me, that I really shouldn't drink it very often. I don't want to become a diabetic. I also like Bundaberg's creamy soda, because they use proper, like they use actual red grapes to make it. Yeah, no, that's why you got to send all the Dr. Pepper to me. When should I expect my next delivery? The sarsaparilla. I like sarsaparilla sometimes, but I can never remember which brand I like. And ironically, I don't think I like the Bundaberg brand sarsaparilla. I think it's the cheap version that I used to get from Woolworths. Woolworths, Coles, one of them. Well, I don't get the Schweppes one. No, this was like the cheap knockoff type one that you get. The old no-frills style ones. Saxby's? It might have been a Saxby's. I'd have to look it up. Or it might have actually been the... I think it was a specific brand. SARS? Yeah, it was SARS. Double SARS. That's right. Kirk's. Yeah, I think it was Kirk's, you're right. But I'm not really sure, to be honest, because it's been a long time since I've had it. And I'm not a big fan of it. Like, I like the taste, but I can't drink it a lot. It'll make me sick, so I get it like once or twice every year or 6 months or so. Good old Pasito. Knock off Passiona. Which honestly, I prefer that over Passiona nowadays. Not that I drink it much anymore. I don't drink Kirk's much anymore at all, because I kind of got over the flavorings. They all kind of... I always felt Even the it's a lot harder to find the sugar-free ones, but even the sugar-free ones kind of tasted too sugary for me sometimes. Same reason I don't drink regular energy drinks anymore. I drink the Zero Monsters. They don't taste sugary to me. Thanks, car. I'm in this lane, but whatever. Drive into me. Didn't do any damage. Well, a lot of damage at least. A couple percentage, I think. Yeah, for some reason, well, I say for some reason, I kind of know the reason. A lot of the no sugar versions of drinks are not being sold anymore. It's just that the ingredients they use are too difficult, too expensive to get because they had a shortage for a time, and they just never bothered to go back. Like the brown creaming soda that you could get from Schweppes no longer has the sugar-free version in any of the stores I go to, because they don't sell it anymore, pretty much. And that was that's the kind of creamy soda I like. The brown, the old, it used to be called traditional creamy soda. I like that one over the faker like version, the pink version they tend to have. And when they made the no sugar version, it was great because I mean I could drink a whole bunch and not have to worry about the diabetes. Now it's like, well, I kind of do. I don't want to be like my brother and have to stab myself with a needle every week, which should be different, but it keeps screwing up his medications. All the fat people that are on Ozempic could be less fat, could be ashamed of themselves. And the doctors that keep prescribing it. Mostly because they're taking away, you know, medicines that people need to live just so they can lose weight. Even the version of the medicine that's not the needle anymore, that's designed for weight loss, is still taking the medication away from diabetics, because the main ingredient in that medicine is still being used in the pill form. So it's just no longer usable for diabetics as well. Well, I mean, it is still, it's just not the same kind of, not as effective, apparently. I don't really know much about the pill version. All I know is that my brother has to take less than effective medicines a lot of the time because they just don't have his medicine. His need to live medicine. So I'm a little annoyed. I may be a little bit annoyed about finding out that so many people are on that when it shouldn't be getting prescribed when they don't have enough to give it to people. That's the problem, though, is that it's very effective, too effective. And they don't have enough of it, but they still want to give it out to people. And because it's primarily made in America, where, you know, the people who spend the most tend to get the most, it's very hard to get over here. Being given out to people with too much money and no motivation to lose weight. Enough of that tangent, though. America, exactly. It's actually kind of funny, though, that my brother obviously needs that drug to survive. I mean, he can live without it, but it definitely is the easiest way to to deal with his diabetes. And his probably, I guess, his best friend, his closest friend, was bragging to him about how he's on the same medication. And my brother's like, that's not a good thing, dude. You're taking the medication away from me. He's like, oh no, it's fine. I'm taking the pill one. It's fine. He's like, that's even worse. And it's just like, having your best friend joking about taking away your medicines, essentially, not joking, but, you know, like bragging about it, would feel kind of shitty. And a lot of people don't realize that that's the same medication, even if you have the pill form. And the other thing is it doesn't work as effectively as a lot of people think it does anyway, for certain people, because it's only effective for people who have trouble suppressing their hunger most of the time. It helps suppress their hunger a lot of the time so that they don't eat as much. If they're like me and I just don't know why, but I'll eat anyway, I don't know if it'd be effective in my circumstance. Oh, there's still so much of this trip left. I honestly thought it was already mostly done. The long hauls are very long when you're on your own. I was saying to Paul this morning, though, I was like, I really hope that at some point they have enough of the map so you can drive from coast to coast. I'd love to do a convoy with like at least 4, if not more people doing a coast to coast convoy, which, if I'm estimating the distance correctly, would probably take about 3 to 4 hours to do. Possibly longer, depending on how the roads are in the East Coast. Excuse me, because apparently there's a lot less open roads there. I don't know anything about America, so I would have no idea. But Paul was saying that it's kind of, it would be hard to have a lot of open roads like this in a large amount of that coast. And they are working on new states all the time, so I'm sure at some point we'll get the entire map and be able to drive across it. I don't know how many states they currently have done. Quite a few, though. Yeah, I'll go around this way. Ugh. I haven't oh, you prick. It drove right into me. 30%, Jesus. Alright. I've entirely forgotten who I was talking to yesterday about the D&D stuff. That one's on this side. I can probably get into there along the way without having to change. I know there were a few people that were interested in it though, so well, that's annoying. It's telling me to please call truck care. I don't care. Can you please tell me if my cruise control is now enabled or not? That's actually very frustrating. I can't see if it's on. And I don't know if there's any other gauge to tell me if it's on. Probably not. I don't know what any of those gauges are. I don't know if any of these are like these buttons here light up when it's on. Can't see the lights either, but I don't really care about those. I'm not seeing any lights or anything change when I turn it on and off, so I'm just going to assume that the only place you can see the cruise control is that damn panel that's currently telling me to call truck care, which is useless to me. I wonder if I can run a, I could probably want to run a one-shot D&D game from a book, just to see if how well it plays on stream. Yeah, might do that. But I have to update my Foundry first because I haven't looked at that in a while now. It's probably had a bunch of updates, and the add-ons, the mods have probably had a bunch of updates. Find out which ones are broken. The only downside to Foundry is that because the mods and things for it are made by the community, some of them are, even if the mod makers leave, someone else will take over. Oh, I was supposed to turn in there. Damn it. Damn it all. Also, fuck it. You know what? You can just go back there. It's fine. Yeah, a lot of those mods will be taken up by someone else in the community, but if they're not, and they're well used, it can break your entire setup if you try to update. So sometimes you have to stay on the suckier version of Foundry just so that you can use the mods. I mean, suckier, it just means that the additional features that they've implemented you can't use. It's not usually an issue anymore though. But it's really cool because people can make mods and things that will automatically, well, it'll save a lot of time for GMs, automatically do things so that their GM doesn't have to do it all the time. But also make the tabletop more enjoyable. Like, you know, dynamic lighting effects. Oh, that could have sucked. There's a mod for automatically teleporting certain players, like a player, when they walk into an area from one point to another, so that you don't have to remember to do those things. There's a cool animations library. I don't even know if it's been updated. That'll do things like when you cast a spell, it'll do a cool little animation around your character token, so that, you know, and give it a sound effect and all that. I haven't used it myself yet, but you can apparently have animated maps and things. So like if you had a boat map, you could have the water be moving around. You could even have the boat itself rock slightly, that sort of thing. It doesn't just look like a static map. I wouldn't mind trying that stuff out. I actually have considered making my own 3D maps in Blender or in Unreal Engine, probably easier in Unreal Engine, that you can import into that software. It's still 2D in the software, but because you've made all of the room and everything 3D, you can see. Yeah, it's like the Counter-Strike maps, but you then view it from a top-down perspective or an isometric perspective, and you can see all the tokens and the actual room itself. So like it's easier to visualize a room with a 3D map because you can see what's on the walls. For instance, you can see if there's something hanging off the roof, you can technically show the stuff hanging off the roof as well. The only downside to making my own 3D maps is having enough assets for all of that. Why is it on the wrong... Now that I've repaired my truck, it's on the wrong display, and I don't remember which button it is. There we go. Yeah. Cruise control. A lot of people used to use Unreal Engine for making maps because it's really the best use for it. It's designed as a map maker in a way. I kind of want to use it for internal mostly, but sometimes external D&D maps that you can view from above and then still be able to see things in a 3D aspect. I have a bunch of assets and stuff I got for free from their asset library thing that I may end up using to make some maps at some point. What do you mean? It should just be that you can select it from the list, and then where you'd normally buy it for yourself, there's an option to gift it to someone else. Does it not do that? I've never actually clicked on the button, so I don't know. And doesn't just have me listed there? That's kind of stupid, especially if you're clicking on my wish list. You think it would have you automatically selected. Huh. That's actually kind of weird, and it has to be a friend, doesn't it? Yeah, that's really weird. Well, that's actually something good to know, because it means that you have to be friends with someone to gift, regardless of if they can see the wish list. I kind of thought was the whole point of being able to see the wish list is that anyone could see it, but whatever. That's shitty. Yeah, you can see it, you can't use it. Why? What's the point? I mean, the original reason I put it up there was to show people what I'm interested in wanting to play, and it's just an option of like if they wanted to, they could just give me the game if they wanted to, but it was mostly just like they could take a look at the kind of games I want or I'm interested in. Same reason why I've got my games list show up occasionally, so they can see what games I have to know what I'm kind of interested in. Wrong button. Actually, I already have a button for that. For a command. I used to have it. Apparently I don't anymore. There's the Steam wish list, the Steam games. Apparently I have 2 Steam wishlist links. I don't know why that is. Now I have 3. I used to have a command that was specific for my Steam code. I do have it. It's just Steam not showing up for some weird reason. was gonna say, when people want to add me to Steam, it's the option is like right there, but it doesn't seem to actually show up in the list for some weird reason. By the way, I don't know if I ever told you, Sir Fane, but there's a command that's specific just for you. Or that would just play the suck zone video. You're the only one that can use it. It's !SUCC. And when you run it, it plays the video. If anyone else runs it, it says only Sylvain can run that. I don't know if I ever told you about that or not, but because I didn't have the suck zone video when I'm not playing Outbreak anymore, and you wanted
suck zone.
Yeah, exactly. And I even changed the message. You actually entered the suck zone. But yeah, I made that and then completely forgot to tell you, I'm pretty sure. So you can run that whenever you want. Yep, and my phone is now going off. Of course you're going to tell me that now. Why wouldn't you? I'm going to scooch in right here, trucky. Don't mind me. Oops, well, yeah, well, that's a thing. Did just repair my truck too, didn't I? Yep, of course I did. Interesting profile picture you've got there, by the way. Even on a vacuum. From high school? I assume not of you, but I was going to make a joke. Well, you've definitely changed since high school. Fair enough. Ah, gotcha. Is it a random photo or someone you actually knew? I used to know someone who had a photo of, it turned out it was their girlfriend. She was actually a model. They used to have a photo of her on the desktop of their computer at school, at TAFE. It was on their profile, so whatever computer they went on, it would pop up on there. And I just thought it was a model, and I'm like, that's a really cool photo. Where'd you get it from? And he's like, oh, that's my girlfriend. I'm like, no, seriously. Where'd you get it from? Yeah. I mean, I know what the internet was like 16 years ago. I was all over it at that point. Not in a weird way. Oh, my neighbor's losing his shit again, apparently. Screaming at someone. But I mean, nowadays, looking back at any of that stuff, it's a bit weird. Smoked meat. Well, I mean, I'm not gonna make that comment. Never mind. Don't worry about it. What? Why is the... I just saw the GPS.
Phrasing. Boom.
Exactly. GPS is sending me up and around, which is weird. I mean, that's what I'd normally do, but there's no reason to send me there. I didn't see what the bleep bloop was, but apparently I've just received a gift. I'm assuming that's from Sir Fane, and thank you. Good time. Damn, my neighbor is being rather loud. Last time he was this lad, he kicked out his housemate, so... I don't know who he'd be kicking out now. I don't think he's got a housemate. Moment. Oh! I was actually looking at that. Mostly because it's on, like, half-price special or whatever right now. Like, oh, interesting. Thank you for the copy of Terraria. I've been wanting to play that again in, like... I played it a long time ago, but I've been wanting to play it again for a while. I don't know if I can convince anyone else to join me in it, unfortunately. But I definitely want to give it a go on stream. And it is... When I played it, it was different to how it is now. I don't know by how much, but I'd played it before they'd finished updating it and stuff, so... It's definitely got to be finished by now, though. I think it's like over a 10-year-old game, but I like that kind of game, and I definitely want to give it another go. Thank you again. Played it early, yeah. I don't remember like at what point I played it. I just know that it wasn't finished when I first played it, so I know a lot of things have changed since then. I don't know what those things are though, because I don't really remember what it was when I played it. So I'm almost certain that my playthrough next is going to be like playing a brand new game. Almost. Like I'm going to remember that little about it, because it's been at least 8, if not 10 years since I last played it. Maybe even longer. Yeah, it might have even been longer. Came out in 2011. It was definitely longer than 10 years then. No. I've seen people play it like more recently than that. And it makes me feel like I don't know how to play the game at all when I watch them play it, because they've got things firing out of every angle they've got at a creature that's firing and trying to kill them from every direction, and they're like, oh, like, I feel like I'd probably die if I was in that circumstance. It was one of the bosses, I don't remember which one they were fighting. I guess I'll be playing that in the next few days-ish. I mean, I may be playing, I've forgotten its name. Star Wars. I knew it was a store game. I couldn't think of the name of it. Star Wars with Paul and a few other people. I think tomorrow or the next day. I don't know when his plan is. He just said the weekend, so it could be anywhere in the next 3 days. So I'm not playing that, and I'm not playing Schedule 1. I might jump into some Terraria now. So I played... Oh, god damn it, my brain is not functioning right now. What was that? Starbound. I played Starbound more recently, and it's like a newer version of Terraria to some extent. You last played it 2014. So 11, or about 11 years ago. I don't know when that would have been in 2014. No. That's a long time ago, yeah. Yeah, 2014 for that. I don't remember when I played it last, because I played it when it was still in early access, or whatever they had back then. I played it after it was released, at least once. I think I played it with Sean twice, in fact. I played Starbound multiple times, so... I definitely did it when it was in development. I did it multiple times afterwards. I think I played Starbound again later once they had modded it. You could add mods to it. I thoroughly enjoyed Starbound anyway. And it was because of Terraria I even found Starbound. It was because they're similar kinds of like designs of game. They're both side-scrolly. Yeah, that's something I always try to avoid in any game because I know it's not fun to just be given stuff. So you have to earn a lot of it for it to feel worthwhile. Plus, it's hard to get a grasp of the game if you're just given things. And Starbound's definitely all about that. It's about getting... I guess it's the same as Terraria, really. It's about going and collecting the things you want and fighting bosses to get the stuff, sort of thing. If someone just gives it to you, it's essentially like it cheats in any game. It's just they take away the fun. It's like in this game, if you take away the need for money and levels, what's the point in driving other than... I mean, I enjoyed the driving, but a lot of people find that there's no point to this game once you have billions of dollars and every level. I can see where they go about that. I mean, I don't know, I'm almost at max level at this point, so the levels don't mean anything to me. And the money's a bit meh as well. But I just enjoy driving in this game, so it's a little different. He does it in every game? Ugh. I can't play with people like that. I've got friends that were like that too, and I'm just like, no, I can't do that. In fact, there's a reason why when I play games with Kenshin and Stipple and Golden and all that, I always try to make the rule of don't play the game beforehand. And other than, well, obviously I don't want them to be giving away aspects of the game that is, you know, part of the game, and part of the point of playing it is to learn it. It's also that I don't want them to play a game where you can bring a character on from your own single player, or it's, you know, a persistent character on a server, and they just bring stuff with them, and it's like, well, I've got all of this. If I don't take what they've got, then I'm behind already, and it's like, well, that sucks. So we always have to play fresh when we can, so that people generally don't just have the stuff to give away, but also so hopefully they don't just tell me, oh, this is how you do this, which is also part of the game, in my opinion. I've had to tell Kenshin that so many times. It's like the reason I can't play certain games that people have played before is because people can't help themselves. They have to go, well, here's this, or this is how you do this. I was like, well, then what if you're just going to give me everything and tell me everything? I know I play the game, you know? It's not fun. I don't enjoy it. I like to figure things out. I like to find my own stuff. When we're working together, if you fall behind, it makes sense to share things out, but if you already know how to play the game, then everyone's going to fall behind you because you're going to rush through it. Which I kind of feel like I did that yesterday with them on Schedule 1. Like, I tried not to say anything and just let the game go, but they were busy pickpocketing all the time, and I think Stipple was the one running around doing all of the actual story missions and things. Because if you don't... Oh, that's right, I gotta get more fuel. Emergency turn. Oh, please don't tell me I'm stuck. Right where the handbrake stop was. Yep. I was supposed to keep sailing, but the handbrake slowed me down enough. Oh, no, there we go. I'm moving again. I thought I was going to be stuck, bottomed out or something, but nope, I'm good. And I didn't take any damage. A little bit to my pride, but it's fine. It's taken a beating before. It's also a problem for like things like Terraria, where it's like I want to play the game with other people if they're interested, but I don't want to play with someone who's played it recently and remembers everything perfectly. So luckily I don't think that'll be the case, because I think most of the people I play games with haven't played it or haven't played it in a decade. Alrighty then. Let's not run into the fuel tank. Yep. Yep. And then you very quickly learn to craft a torch and craft a lot of torches and just place them everywhere. And it's definitely a game that you want to be careful on, but I think there's a difficulty setting you can set that's makes it a little less instantly die. And I will admit I'll probably play it on an easier difficulty setting, because I'm not a hardcore player and it's kind of going to be more of a casual game for me. I like to enjoy games. Difficult, like super difficult settings isn't enjoyable to me. Super easy isn't enjoyable for me either. Like I get a little annoyed when we play games and the server has settings to turn off certain options, like stamina. There are people, Engine is one of them. There are people though that really don't like stamina in games, but if it's a main aspect of the game, removing it feels like you're removing a chunk of the game. Yeah. Really, it should only be done if it's like an inconvenience to streaming. Like if it's really going to slow down a game to the point where it feels like you're grinding the ability to hit a fucking tree or something, I can understand turning it off then. And generally, if the game's designed to have stamina, I leave it in. Game's designed to have something that isn't too grindy, I'll leave it in. If it feels too grindy, I might get rid of it. Might. That's usually just for the sake of not spending so much time on stream doing something grindy. Yeah, see, I would use the mod. Yeah, I would use mods to add to games. I don't generally use mods to remove stuff from games. It seems counterproductive. And unfortunately, a lot of games, that's all they do when they make mods nowadays. Just they remove things to make the game easier, because I hate to say it, but kids and even more of the young adults at this point aren't used to losing games or having difficulty in games. They're used to just it being a no-lose situation, like Lego, like the Lego games. People don't realize this. The original Lego games, like Lego Star Wars and that, when they came out, you could lose the game and have to start again. I found out later on they changed the game, and in later releases, where you never actually lost. You die, but all you do is just respawn right where you were, and you didn't really lose anything. That's not how it originally was. They changed it because apparently it wasn't selling well for kids. They had to make it easier for kids to win, so they wanted to play it more. I mean, for Minecraft, it's kind of a necessity. Honestly, I don't know how people play vanilla Minecraft anymore. Yeah, see, automating isn't necessarily a good thing. If it takes away certain aspects of the game that are kind of the fun part to do on it. If I can understand why they're automation for certain things in trading card sims and whatnot, that game really doesn't need automating as much as it needs additional content from mods. Like it should be adding more content that the dev hasn't had the time to make the game more enjoyable by having more things to purchase or whatever, more things to sell to people. I don't know if you can actually see the game being played on the tables yet or not, but I'd love someone to mod that in if it hasn't already been added, where you actually physically see two people playing a game against each other. I'm gonna get back to checking that game out again too. But yeah, I can understand, I guess, wanting to automate it if you're getting sick of a certain thing. Like if you've done something for like hours and you're just kind of done ever wanting to do it again, and I feel like this should be built into the game, I thought it was, having someone else be able to be hired to do that job would be way better option. Because it's not just free either, you still have to pay them, you still have to make money to pay them, that sort of thing. So I can understand that being a thing to add in. Yep. And I mean, that makes sense that they put in a very difficult to achieve achievement, because I mean, honestly, more games should do that. The amount of games where you can finish the entire achievement list just by playing the game, I'm like, yeah, other than finishing the game as the being an achievement, the rest of the achievements don't really matter. Now, having to actually put some effort in to get an achievement makes sense, especially considering if you don't have a way of automating it, it's definitely going to be a difficult achievement to get. And I feel like having a mod that can shorten, like to make it easy to get an achievement should also, the dev should actually add it so that's not possible. Like some games, if you mod it, you can't get achievements anymore. And that's intentional so that you can't cheat the achievements in, essentially. Yeah. So, I guess that's really on the dev to handle, though. As opposed to the the people making the mods not to make a mod like that. It's fine if they make that mod, it just should prevent you from getting the achievement if you use it. Because it's not really an achievement to have a machine do it for you. See, and that should be, it's a little harder with something like Skyrim or whatever that's single player. That should definitely be a thing where you can get banned from ever getting achievements in a game. But probably in that case from Steam themselves having the ability for the developer to say, well, this person cheated, and Steam should then punish them by not letting them get achievements anymore. Problem with that is that Steam would never do that because they'd have to trust the developer to essentially ruin a person's account from ever getting achievements again. And yeah, which actually only works if you get caught, because I may have known people who had cheated at some point and didn't get any penalty for it. But yeah, that sort of stuff where you get an actual punishment. Kind of hard to do in a single player game though, because well, you can't just put something on someone because they don't want to see it. I don't know if it's an actual achievement because I've never played on my own account, but I know that RimWorld, when you turn on like the experimental options, you get and you have the achievements mod installed, it actually pops up with an achievement where it calls you a cheater for using experimental options, because obviously they're used for cheating. I don't even know if RimWorld has its own Steam achievements or not. I've never looked. I don't have it, so I haven't seen it pop up for myself. My brother's account, he's pretty much already got everything, so if there are achievements, he would already have it. Okie dokie. Thank you again for the game, and thanks for hanging out and chatting with us, Sir Fane. I'll catch you later. To be quite honest, I've already been going 4.5 hours. I was going to swap over to Schedule 1, but I'm starting to feel a little rough, let alone out of sorts. I may end up calling it at the end of this run, I'm not sure yet. Like, I would normally try to go for 6 hours, but I don't know, I'm just not feeling great at the moment. Last hour or so, I've been feeling like the headache's coming on and my throat's been scratchy. Hopefully I'm not sick again, because I've just gotten over something, so... You son of a monkey. What's the saying? Monkey's uncle. Always an odd one. I like the term Bob's your uncle, because I can say it to my nieces and nephews. Because Bob is their uncle. My brother's name is Robert. Not that anyone's ever called him Bob, but I think one of my sisters might have once called him Bobbit instead of Robert. I had an uncle. I don't actually know if I've still got an Uncle Ricky. I just realized. I don't know if he's still alive or not. He got sick and went in hospital and kind of didn't treat my mum well, so we kind of stopped talking to him, but it was... I don't know what age I realized that Ricky was short for Richard, and realized that I had an Uncle Dick. I think my mum may have said it. Going, Uncle Dick. And I'm like, who? And he's like, Uncle Ricky. I'm like, oh, right. It's funny, just to joke about that, though. I don't think he liked the name Dick, short for Richard. He didn't even like Richard. I was always Uncle Ricky. I only actually remember that uncle because he shares the same birthday as me. Otherwise, I don't see my aunts and uncles very often. No. Did I level up again? I did. One run across the country, or what all of the country that there is, seems to get me a level up. Excuse me. And now I only need to level up one more time, and I no longer have anything to use my points on, so... Yeah. One point left. They're all completely done. Excuse me. I guess level 36 is the highest you need to get to. Garage purchase. Right, because there's so many new garages to get. I only got like 3 over here. I should get a few more. See about trying to make the number increase instead of sort of stay steady. It's been about 25.5 mil for like months now. Like I got up high, I started playing convoys, and the convoys use a lot of money. And now I'm kind of steady because I have enough drivers to make the monies. Right, we're on single player, so don't drive backwards. Do I need to repair? Not really. Thinking up as I go. Whoa, whoa. Yeah, I think I will actually call it here today. I'd love to go longer, but I don't know how much longer I'm going to be able to talk without my throat trying to kill me. So that apparently I only have 1 viewer, at least that's what Twitch is saying. So I don't even know if I'll be able to raid anyone. Let's see who's around anyway, and if it's worthwhile. I definitely prefer to stream at 12 though, even though I kept not wanting to earlier today. I kept considering just putting it off over and over. I think it's because I'm finishing stream and the sun is still up. So it doesn't feel like it's quite as late in the day. I've got to go over to my outro. Also, it means that when I raid people, I have way more options because more people are still streaming right now. Those two are doing Elite Dangerous. Burke's playing some Wildgate, and so is Cletus. They're probably playing together, in fact. I want to check out Wildgate, but I don't know if there's going to be anyone around to join me in it. I think I'm going to send you to Baron because he's playing Into the Dead. And I've seen a few people play this game now. I actually watched Splattercat Games play it when it was still in dev work, like in early access, like early access. I think it might have been a beta. I think it's still in early access now, but it's more complete. And I don't know if anyone's played this War of Mine. You've probably seen it though. It's kind of like that. It's a side scroller. You avoid zombies generally, or you fight them from the darkness. You try not to go head on to a zombie like Baron is currently doing, in fact. And you collect and scavenge things and build up your base and your characters and stuff. It's a pretty cool game. I've considered wanting to get it a few times, but I don't know if it's a game I want to play as much as I want to watch. I like watching other people play it. Either way, go say hi to Baron for me. Checking his stream out. There's my Discord if you want to know when I go live. Though again, if it's telling me the truth, at least one of those viewers is Dog Mum, and she's definitely on my Discord already. I don't know who the other one is, but thank you for hanging around and lurking. Speaking of, thank you Stipple and Tiger for the biddies and the blurps plays earlier on. Thanks Dog Mum for the sound alerts played. Thank you everyone for hanging out with me. Go say hi to Baron for me, and I will hopefully catch you all tomorrow. I'll definitely be... Wait, before I say definitely, No, I'll definitely be live tomorrow. So hopefully I see you all then. Bye.